for the FIFA World Cup 2022 in Qatar. Her experience is as follows. She has worked in different hotels and resorts like Zebula Golf Estate in Limpopo, 54 on Bath Hotel in Rosebank, Redison Hotel Orantambo, and Ekland Limpopo.
Meet Chef Nati Mutayima, a passionate chef whose journey began at Vanessa Ndesana. He first enrolled in the Assistant Chef Skills Program and later advanced to the 3-year Artisan Chef Program, where he successfully completed both his theory and practical training. Chef Nati's dedication to...
Well, good morning, everyone. Sanbonan. Ninjani. Lalege kahle, was breakfast good? Was everything all right? And I'm hoping that your energies are high this morning. You are fired up. It's day 2. So I'm going to ask everyone to pathways to self-sustenance employability, and economic independence for beneficiaries of state aid, then you are clearly carving out a new path. It's what MEC Mbalishinga yesterday meant when she said that social grants, as critical a role as they play in protecting the dignity of people, they can't be the final destination. If that approach includes being more intentional about embedding within the crucial and necessary social wage programs of government, infusing skills development, training, enterprise development and incubation, support, market access, then you've got a skills revolution on your hands. How can that not be bending the arc of history? That, after all, is what one of our esteemed speakers from yesterday, Mr. Vivian Reddy, meant when he said, and I quote, "The most sustainable form of social development is dignified employment." So that's what the MEC and her team, led administratively by the HOD, are seeking to infuse. It's what the MEC calls people-centered development, translated and practicalized by the HOD and his team into their centers of excellence model that they presented yesterday, emphasizing skills development, personal upliftment and empowerment, pathways to employability, entrepreneurship and business development, and market access creation. You will remember, of course, that my back of a matchbox calculation, doing the sums on the back of a matchbox, it came down to what the HOD said he needs for the various aspects of the program. My back of the matchbox calculation came down to about 320 million rand or thereabouts, financial commitments that will be necessary. And it is common cause, as they say, that the number has come down significantly from where we started yesterday by at least 100 million rand, and at the very least, on the financial side of things, by a further 500,000 rand, based on the financial pledges that were received yesterday. And it has definitely come down by even more HOD, if you factor in, possibly by millions actually, if you factor in the value of the other pledges, the pledges in kind, the pledges in the form of skills training that many of you have signed up for, that we really appreciate, that have had the effect that HOD, you're no longer looking at 320 million rand, thankfully for you. So skills training, incubation, and the likes that were pledged yesterday. So we've made some progress as far as that is concerned. And I don't know about you, but I call that momentum. It's E equals to MC squared. We've got energy, we're moving. So in many ways, it feels as if we have no choice but to do this critical work, because our realities are quite stark and were painted vividly for us yesterday in the presentation, for example, by the HOD of the KZN Treasury, Carol Coetzee, who reminded us of the state, reminded us that the state has, in the past few years, not been able to collect as much tax revenue as they would want to be able to meet their developmental objectives and obligations. She confronted us with the reality of the battlefield that she says we are walking into because of, for instance, the situation around our borrowing and the cost of borrowing, the extent to which we've had to borrow, such that we now spend 1.2 billion rand a day. Of each of the 365 days in a year, we spend 1.2 billion. Today, we're going to spend 1.2 billion rand in servicing our debt. Tomorrow, the same story. The next day, the next day, the next day, the next day. So that is the lay of the land as far as the battlefield is concerned. And that provinces like this one have been hit by budget cuts. And I do this all the time when I talk to listeners and other role players in society. You hear the impact of the budget cuts in various frontline service departments such as this one. And those budget cuts, we heard from the HOD Provincial Treasury that they amount to some 2.2 billion rand over 3 years. And with accruals, the unpaid obligations from the past year that are then carried over to the next financial year, coming up to 10 billion rand. And you can only imagine the ripple effect that that has. But if the battlefield looks daunting, I suggest that our battle plans have to be formidable. And I posit that based on what I heard yesterday, they are. They include smart partnerships, partnerships between the state, the private sector, civil society, and ordinary South Africans co-laboring in the work to build our country. That's what HOD Kutsia meant when she said, partnerships help us extend the reach of the state without altogether abdicating the state's responsibility for development. And so we start seeing what those partnerships can look like and should look like going out from this historic summit that we've had. Dr. Kzn Dsd, the Director General, Department of Higher Education and Training, started talking the language of a memorandum of understanding between this department, Social Development, KwaZulu-Natal, and his national department, and its agencies, such as the SETAs, for the work that will clearly be needed, that will need to be done in skills training for beneficiaries within social development, within the social development ecosystem. Dr. Moshe Molefe, one of the panelists that was up here yesterday, pledged to train 1,600 young people in agriculture and sharpened our minds to the need to have and to develop value chains in everything that we do and have a value chains mentality to all the work that we do. We heard from Dalisu Gama from the IDC, who put his DFI's shoulder to the wheel and challenging other DFIs like his to be more intentional. And those were the words. He said, we need to be more intentional in funding initiatives in the K economy. Mr. Reddy came in with the idea of a KZN business compact and a business compact on the K economy, which I'd say HOD and the MEC, you need to follow through on that. It sounds to me as if that's something that needs proper follow through, and you need to follow through, if I may assign you a task. Follow through quite urgently. Civil society partners like Bambisandla Sami Center of Excellence, Nqaba Yokulinda Youth Organization, Ikusasa Lethu, and Kgodisang Development came to the fore to show that in undertaking this work, we are not seeking to reinvent the wheel. The work is already being done to a certain extent. We are seeking to grease the wheel that is already in motion so that it moves more swiftly and more efficiently, and we cover more mileage in the work that we are trying to do. So I'd say let's get into day 2, full of energy and emboldened by the realization that we are onto something here, folks. We're definitely onto something here. So that would be my input at the start of day 2. And what I wanted to do then is spend some time. Those were my reflections. I'd love to hear at least a few of yours. I'd say let's spend the next few minutes up to, sounds like I'm on radio now, up to the top of the hour, up to 10 o'clock, up to the top of the hour, doing what they call Vox Populi, Vox Deo. The voice of the people is the voice of God. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'd love to have a few microphones just distributed within the audience so that we get to hear. You wanted to breathe. This is your space. This is my 20 minutes that I'm handing back to you. Any reflections on yesterday and any ideas on how we scale up the work that we are seeking to do in the K economy? I'll start with you, sir. Yes, you.
1, 2. Good morning. Thank you, Babu Sbelan. My name is Kaiso Dlamini from Coastal Kzn Dsd College. No, I was very impressed yesterday throughout all the discussions, panelists. What is important is that we as TVET colleges, we are raising our hands that DSD, we are one. Only one mandate is to make sure that we minimize crime through skill development, because when we are educating, when we're giving someone a skill, irrespective of each duration of the skill. But that person will walk in the community with pride, and then on the other side will minimize ilokoza, crime rate, and all those stuff. So we as a TVET colleges, I told my team yesterday that we need to prepare some MOUs and approach DSD department and other learning centers just for us to share what we call the best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Babu Zamin. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Yes, sir, at the back there.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Sanele Mhlongo.
Could I ask you to stand? Yeah.
Greetings, colleagues. I would like to observe all protocol. Also, greetings to MEC in absentia. My name is Sanele Mhlongo from the South African Youth Council. I am the regional chairperson here in eThekwini Metro. One must firstly express our heartfelt gratitude to the department. A partnership of this kind is actually going to change a lot of young people's life, especially in our region here in eThekwini. eThekwini is an economic hub. Of late, we have seen the majority of young people, there were people that were living there by Victoria Embankment. Now, these kind of interventions are going to change those homeless people. Because a partnership of this kind will actually provide immediate interventions. We'd also like to really appreciate this kind of initiative. In our city, especially in eThekwini, it's actually an economic hub. Now, if we are going to have this kind of program, it will assist a lot of young people. It's actually to say thank you very much to the department. As people that lobby and advocate for young people, we really appreciate this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mhlongo. There's a gentleman just there.
Mphatho hlelo nami ngizoma kuyona I-protocol establishiwe. Cha mphatho hlelo, mine one is to appreciate the initiative. Igama lami nguMbongeni ngwakazuma. I come from i-organization ekuthiwa uMzansi Youth in Business. While I appreciate the initiative, but I will want also to contribute on the issues, knowing the landscape of KwaZulu-Natal and its issues. One, I believe, Eshodi, the initiative that you are taking, it's a very bold step. And unfortunately, knowing the landscape, you will have a very serious backlash. And that backlash will be organic. It will be organic. Why? You will note that from Minister Square, we have been transiting from welfare to development, but we have not even reached there. It's not accidentally. It is institutional challenges that you will face. One of them that I've realized yesterday is the structure of us having so much infrastructure in the hands of administrators that might not be empowered to manage this infrastructure. While you have that particular challenge, you now have a new challenge of having educational facilities with a workforce that might not understand the management of those particular facilities. So you will need, for some reason, to undergo an institutional overhaul for this ambitious a vision to strive. But the studies of economics, they'll always say this. One of their concepts is what they call an opportunity cost, a cost of choosing. While we choose this path, HOD, we must note that there is a path that we will choose to not choose. And that path will suffer. In this case, HOD, while we are choosing this path, we need to ask ourselves a critical question that says, what do we do? What do we do with our feeding centers, our CNDCs? What do we do with them? What do we do with our, because unfortunately, based on the shortfall of our budget, we can't do everything. We must choose to do some of the things. But all in all, HOD, I think it's a bold step and a bold move. Surely you have our support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ngamala. We can come this side as well as Kubea Ganjalo. So from Umama to Mr. Mahlala. It's still not on. Someone is censoring you. Yes, we've got you now.
Thank you. Ngiyabingelela mhlali ngaphambili HOD, MSc in absentia, and esteemed guest. Thula Sizwe, igama lami uSimangele Khanyile from the Department of Social Development, responsible for youth development and support, and policy and research. One, I want to commend the province of the Kingdom. I'm saying this, it is something that I'm not hurt, but I am a bit disappointed. Ukabadia will know before he moved to KZN, and it's something that we've been discussing whilst he was in Gauteng. This is something that as national office we should have spearheaded, but unfortunately there's nothing that we can do. We learn from the best. Why, Kapadia, I'm saying this is, as the Social Development Youth Directorate, we have a DSD youth policy which has 6 priorities. And as part of the APP, we've been going around the country. And I think last year I was in KZN for 2 weeks in November. What is happening here is this summit addresses the issues or the challenges that we find when they do the monitoring of the implementation of the DSD youth policy, resource mobilization, partnerships. Mkanyagote Kapatia, we had a youth organizations that we visited last year. They've been on our neck. They are asking how we can assist them. Yet, we went there with colleagues from the district and from the province. Why I'm saying this, I want to emphasize the issue of capacitating the youth centers and the NPOs. Resource mobilization, fundraising. I saw yesterday, I can see Usisioli from the NTA. As part of resource mobilization and capacitation of NPOs and youth centers, NTA must come on board. NTA is our entity.
Yeah.
NTA is our entity, and young people in youth centers, they do not know about NTA. It's only that NTA should go to ECDs and provide toys, but we don't tell young people that they also have a responsibility to fund and capacitate the extension of the work that we do as social development. I want to commend this province for something that we should have done, but I can promise the colleagues that we work with Mr. Makwasa, Mr. Mavuso, who is Chief Director, and Mr. Kowa and Ukapadia, that we are indeed going to assist and participate.
Yeah.
What I have taken out from this, I've stolen, I had a discussion this morning with the Director of our Youth, Mr. Makwasa. That theme that we are investing, driving a skills revolution, emergency job creation, exclusive growth through strategic partnership. It's something that we had a discussion with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability last week on Friday, as we conceptualize the Youth Month concept for this. Remember, this is the 50th anniversary in celebration or commemorating the 1976. So that's where now KZN has given us a social development initial, a stepping stone that indeed, when we conceptualize this document, this concept of this anniversary, the 50th, the inclusive emergency job creation, inclusive growth through strategic partnership. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Kanye. I'll take Bab Mahlalela and I will take last two. Just there with the lady there. Hey, we've had a lot of baritones, man. So I'm going to censor you if you don't mind and take these two ladies this side.
Yeah.
We're good. So we'll end off with the lady there and this lady over here. Yes,
Thank you, Sanbonan Nonke. Thanks, really. I just wanted to start by commending the HOD and the DSD team, KZN, for putting together this summit. I was previously HOD in Mpumalanga. My name is Kzn Mahlalela. And I don't recall anything of this type. So really, congratulations to DSD, KZN, and indeed they are leading the way, as you said yesterday. And then also, I mean, you've touched on the issue of resource mobilization. And I think Babu Vivian Reddy, I think he set the tone. And I think we need to be very intentional and get more of the big companies to come on board. I would imagine more than 50% of the people here are actually from small organizations. Not many. I mean, if you talk of KZN, I think of Tongat Hulet. I know they are in the process of the sort of liquidation, hopefully not. And then they are also saving a lot of jobs. But I think there's more that can be done. You think of Akwele. I mean, it's the biggest brand in Southern Africa of water. I know they do some work in terms of actually working with and creating jobs. But there is much, much more that can be done. There are other bigger companies. And we need to be intentional and go out to them. This is not, I mean, I was actually expecting that they would be here to pledge. So I'm sure we would have reached much, much higher sort of amounts. So we need to continue and engage them so that they can come on board. I think the other thing that I wanted to say is that we also need a very strong M&E system. I worked in Uganda for about 4 years. And what was happening there, we had a lot of donor organizations, Irish Aid, DFID, USAID, and other private organizations. And each of those, they would come up with their own indicators. These organizations want these indicators. And they would have their own funding. And you'd find that there was a duplication. There's funding, some organizations, some communities are double funded, whereas others are not covered. So we need to come up with a strong M&E system as government, as DSD, to make sure that whoever's putting money out there were able, as DSD, to actually map out and say, these are the communities that need more support, so that others are not funded more than others. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then also, I think that would also help duplication. And I think basically, let's be more intentional. Let's come up with a very strong M&E system. And then so that we can be able to map out and say, we've covered all the province as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlaler. I spent some time in government, not long, 9 months. It was a short-lived career. The acronyms. You guys can talk about, we need an M&E system in the DSD so that the NPOs can... I know you guys. The NPOs in KZN can achieve their SDG goals. So M&E, monitoring and evaluation, just for the benefit of those of us who don't work with the terminology on a day-to-day basis. Yes, ma'am, please. Oh, okay.
Sorry. Sanbonan.
Yes, Sawubona.
Ulondiwe Mkado Khulumayo, representing Ilanga Projects from Elamontville. I'm sorry, I'll split in between isiZulu neSingisi, if you guys don't mind. So I've just got two observations as we are sitting here, and I'm hoping that I'll get back to the basics. And I may just be a little bit controversial with what I'm about to put out, but just the responsibilities of social development. And I don't know how broad this conversation is, or maybe it should be at national level, but I've just got 2 points. Point number one, the youth is flooded with teenage pregnancy. That is one of our biggest problems. And if we look at the social grant fund, most of the money goes out to grant because of the amount of children we have. Meanwhile, we are unemployed. And because we are all adults here, sex is part of the essentials. So more sex, more poverty, more babies, more onto the national grant. I am putting out, I don't know whether it could be an idea or it could be a conversation that is spoken about more from a health level, from a social security level, from a development level for all of South Africa, that we need to put a stop at the number of children that a female can have outside of marriage, because we are in pain. We cannot develop a society like this, guys. We cannot afford it, number one. Every single pillar of our departments is crying, we are bleeding. It leads on to health, it leads on to education, it leads on to security, prisons. Basically, we are just going down and down and down, and if we do not manage it now and put some policies against it from national health level, we will continue asking for funds, we will continue asking for pledges. It is a big problem. Yep. We are spending billions of money where they could be going into other directions. And it's a problem that will not stop if we continue like this. That's problem number one. Problem number two, we say that the youth fund or youth grants, youth things, where there are more opportunities for the youth, only gauges from the age of 18 to 35. That's a problem. I'm above 35. I've got more ideas. I've got more creativity. I've got more plans, not just for me, for my family, for my township, for South Africa at large, that need funding. But I'm no longer part of that loop. And really, if we think about it, true growth really begins from a normal person, really begins from maybe 26, 27, all the way up, maybe around 40. That's where you are really nourished now. And you can actually bring out so much value to the land. And this thing that you are capping us, or maybe even starting us too young, I don't know, maybe that's again a problem. Maybe we're starting too young at 18. Like really, a person in matric, yes, they are big-minded people, we've seen them. But 18, what are we gonna do with that money? Probably buy a house, buy a car, buy a beautiful bag, fly to Dubai. am I really going to bring back with the millions that you have given me at 18? Like, how big of a difference am I going to make? But at 35, at 37, at 40, at 45, I have seen so much at that point that it is important to me, because now I read the news. Now I fully understand what happens in the economics of South Africa, of the world. There is now a bigger view, picture, way of thinking, etc., etc., etc. I'm sorry, I'm taking too long, but can we please review those two things? Teenage pregnancy, and obviously I'm not speaking about girls, because when a person is pregnant, both the girl and the mother, and the girl and the boy is pregnant. Number two, the issue of age when we go into youth development. Thank you.
Targeting of our programs. Thank you very much. Okay, last but not least.
Sanbonani, good morning, Molweni, everyone. My name is Asisi Paul Somana. I'm representing the NPO, which is called KwaZulu-Natal Skills Foundation. I just have imbuzo mina. It's only 2 questions. I'd like to know, now that we've heard people are pledging, and I'm hoping that namhlanje they're still going to continue to come up with amanyama pledges, who then do we go to for these funding? Are they going to announce ukuthi, remember guys, bekplejiwe during the summit, now we're having an open call? How are we going to know? And are they going to be specific branches that say, okay, sesiyayenza the open call, this branch you can go to inquire about AMA applications? Because now we don't want to have a situation where we heard kupledgwe more than 100 million, but nobody knows what happened to that. Ngizofakazela ubhuti on that side, who said ukuthi there should be a way where you can map where did these funds go. Because siyayazi, it's South Africa. People pledge ngeimali enkulu and we never know what happened to that fund. Just like it before, there was 300 million and we don't even know how many people benefited, because still artists said they didn't benefit. So it would be nice from the Department of Social Development to know that, or to announce, ukuthi, we are having an open call. We can apply. All the NPOs, NPCs, I don't know, won't get that fall under the DSD sectors. Sorry. Also, I wanted to know, does the DSD have a system or database that has got all these people about my NPOs and okay, let me say NGOs? Because when we register, you guys will want our details, emails, cell phone numbers, but when there's such events happening, abantu that are registered under the DSD don't know what's happening. Like, there's a lot of people that have got NPOs, but they don't know that we are here today. Is there a specific way or indlela that caters for all the people that rely on DSD to operate? Let's say, like how you reject us, mess applier, an automated message. Like, you guys do send, I'm not saying specifically OTSD, but when you guys reject us, we all get those automated messages. Is there a way that we can get an automated message that informs the whole of South Africa, this is what is happening and OTSD is hosting this? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I thought that was refreshing, wasn't it? I'm glad we made time for it, right? Yeah, definitely. It really was refreshing. The diversity of views, the critical approaches to issues that we've been covering, but perhaps with some gaps. And for me, the issue of transparency on how the process unfolds going forward, as well as this whole issue of monitoring and evaluation that really came through strongly. So I do want to move the program quite quickly then. The 20 minutes I had is totally exhausted. Gone, a circle. Let me call the next speaker then. Today we're going to receive 3 strategic inputs that talk to various aspects of the work that we are seeking to do. The first one will be about repositioning government NPO partnerships for sustainable socio-economic impact. And it will be delivered by Professor Ndangwa Noyo, who is the CEO of the Southern African Policy and Development Nexus, SAPDN. Please, let's welcome him on stage. You're sitting far, Prof. Maybe you might want to start a song. So
Good morning, everyone. How sanibonani nonke? Ninjani? Siyaphila. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity. But also more importantly, I stand here with a sense of gratitude and a sense of purposeness, if I can put it that way. Before I go into the salutations, I was reflecting yesterday, just like our colleague here, program director, reflecting in the sense that this journey, which started in 1994, culminated in the white paper in 1997, is a journey that is beginning to be crystallized in KwaZulu-Natal. MEC, in your absentia, you are a politician, and I don't think that you are in the business of igniting revolutions. But what you have started here in KwaZulu-Natal, in this summit, through this initiative, this is a revolution. HOD, Unkemis Kabasia. I don't think you're also in the business of driving revolutions. But what you have started here with your team in KwaZulu-Natal is also a revolution. DSD, KZN, what you have started here in KwaZulu-Natal through this process is a revolution. And why am I saying this? I spent 7 years in government, National Department of Social Development. I worked with the former minister, late Dr. Zola Skweyiya, who was very passionate in driving the agenda from the movement, driving the agenda from welfare to social development. Dr. Skweyiya was so agile that his officials could not keep up with him. He was very passionate in driving this agenda as if he was a social worker or a social policy expert, but he was a lawyer. And in that agenda setting, Minister Skweyiya put up what was known as the 10-point plan. And in that 10-point plan, the agenda was to implement the white paper for social welfare, which was underpinned by the developmental perspective, the social development approach, which positioned or proposed the co-joining of economic policies and social policies, which began to amplify the social dimensions of development. Speaking from the premise of human capacities, that whatever we have, whether it's families, whether it's networks, whether it's communities, these are already assets. All we need to do is to channel them in the direction of development. But more importantly, I also spent time with the late Minister Edna Molewa. That was another dispensation. Minister Molewa was very passionate about partnerships. How do you bring the private sector into the realm of social development? How do you entice big business to be part of the social development agenda setting? That was our vision. And she had the vision of breakfast with big business. The last minister I worked with was May Batabile Dlamini. She's the one, in 2013, instituted what was known as the Ministerial Committee review of the White Paper for Social Welfare 1997. Why? Well, the issue was that the White Paper was there. The call for a developmental thrust was there. And yet, there was no movement. And so when I heard from the floor, is it Mr. Zuma's point of departure, that was very interesting, that actually in the sector, people can actually remember that there was that trajectory, which didn't actually transpire. And therefore, there was a review of the White Paper. That process started in 2013 and culminated in the report of 2015. I'm spending time here to sort of go back into history because of the fact that we're here today in KwaZulu-Natal spearheading an agenda of moving clearly from welfare to social development. And this is what we call, in development discourse, agenda setting. You are in the forefront of driving this new agenda that will begin to punch big holes in this whole dependency on the social assistance program. The people of South Africa, we heard even yesterday, they want to work. The youth of South Africa want to work. They want to be given opportunities to drive their own agendas. They want to determine and define their own destinies. And therefore, what you're doing is merely providing them with the tools. I thought I should start from there. This revolution is very important. So let me delve and go back into my slides and put on my academic hat and begin to talk about the repositioning of government and NPO partnerships for sustainable socioeconomic impact. And for me, it's very important in the sense that, hey, I sevenze. There we go. I mean, the whole issue is that the landscape of the NGO and NPO landscape shows that we've got, slightly less than 300,000, NPOs, FPOs, and CBOs and NGOs. And therefore, there's already work that is being undertaken in this sphere. This history of organizations driving.
Apologies, Prof. It might work better if you use this mic so it's able to.
And just. Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's much better. Getting stuck there. So, this landscape shows us that there's been commitment from the third sector, FPOs, NGOs, etc., pushing the agenda. And it's a partnership that has been working. A very important partnership that has been, helping communities, individuals, families to sustain themselves. So you find that these partnerships, they are crucial in fighting poverty, gender-based violence and femicide, etc. But what we're finding is that this partnership also has its own limitations. And the limitations, the limitations themselves are, maybe I would just say next slide, eh? Will that work? I'll just say next slide. No, I'll just say next slide. Okay. All right, so the welfare sector as a large institution of infrastructure that is rooted in civil society. And this is what the white paper already articulated in the first place. A rich involvement on the part of civil society that goes back to the days of the apartheid era. And this welfare model, we found it and inherited it nicely in 1994, and then began to and it's going. All right. Yeah, so one wanted to have these gadgets and look very intelligent, and then they're turning you into something else. So yeah, let's stop here. So the white paper for social welfare was adopted, right, as a country's social policy, social welfare policy, underpinned by the social development model, conjoining economic and social objectives, right? But we're finding that the model itself, as much as it is very important, was predicated on the inherited rehabilitative, curative approaches. And that's why the transition from welfare to development has been very difficult, in the sense that you have the infrastructure that was responding to only issues from a rehabilitative, curative perspective. And that has been a problem. And so that desire to have a paradigm shift from residual welfare to social development has been difficult, in the sense that the paradigm shift sometimes did not transpire in terms of people's mindsets. The paradigm shift itself did not transpire because of the way the training was tailored in higher institutions. So we cannot just look at the Department of Social Development in being the only player that has not moved the developmental perspective from curative to empowerment. There are other role players. And so that's why we find that then the society has been stuck in one mode. And why? This model did not deal with structural issues that gave birth to the plethora of social ills in the country. And the partnerships themselves have not been dealing with the challenges, the root causes, but have been dealing with the symptoms and the outcomes of such a system. So it was not transformative at all. So we find that in 2013, the Minister of Social Development, as I pointed out, undertook the process to say, okay, what do we do? And so the review of the white paper for social welfare to transform it began. And the overall goal of this review was to assess how all social welfare service providers, including the government, non-government organizations, private providers, had implemented the said white paper and associated issues, as well as identified challenges and gaps in service delivery. All right, so the white paper cited inter alia challenges related to the non-implementation of the white paper. And that was the crux of this review. And some of the issues that it raised were the slow transformation from care approach to a developmental approach, and the continued remedial services, particularly from the NGO sector. This is what former Minister Batabile Dlamini was driving. And also, the review for the white paper was able to identify that the impact of HIV and AIDS, high unemployment levels, high levels of crime and violence, and especially GBVF, had overwhelmed the capacity to move into the developmental realm. So it's like you're putting out fires all the time. You cannot think about empowering people. It's always getting into the crisis mode all the time. Lack of funding, no social workers to, deal with cases, and so on and so forth. And yet, the developmental perspective was about having a much more broader approach to issues of dispossession, issues of exclusion, issues of poverty, and so on. So, here we are, 2026. The journey from 1994, culminating in the white paper in 1997, culminating in the review of the white paper in 2013, and now in the warm province of KwaZulu-Natal. We're here to set the agenda, a new agenda. Program director, you talked about bending the arc. And for me, I still emphasize that this is a revolution, in the sense that implementation has not transpired in the movement from curative, rehabilitative type of work to a developmental perspective. That has not transpired at all. There have been flashes of excellence here and there, but a comprehensive, transformative perspective has not found itself driving a new agenda of empowerment across the country. So what you're doing here in KwaZulu-Natal is basically reminding National that there's work to be done in a very urgent kind of way to begin to implement what was identified decades ago, to move from welfare to social development. And so when we move and we say we're setting a new agenda where we're moving from welfare, dependency, receiving benefits passively, to transforming or transitioning to development, active citizenry, and self-reliance, we are arguing that this must be predicated on modernizing the state-civil society relationship. Because the white paper, after its review, was actually found wanting, in the sense that even if millions of people are being helped, they are not allowed to graduate from this intergenerational cycle of poverty and dispossession. So we're tinkering with the issue. We're not dealing with the root causes that were created in a very ingenious, insidious kind of way by settler colonialism and apartheid. These issues that we're dealing with in terms of the vestiges of colonialism and apartheid, they do not just emerge from nowhere. They were crafted in a very ingenious kind of way, and deliberately so. So to untangle them, to re-engineer them, we must be also not ingenious, but very clever, deliberate in our approach, so as to make sure that the people are unshackled from these vestiges of colonialism and apartheid. So we're talking about moving NPOs, NGOs, etc., the partnership from rehabilitation and protection to redistribution. Moving this partnership from rehabilitation and so on to production. Moving this partnership to the whole premise and platform of production. And then working in tandem with economic policy in pursuit of national social and economic goals. This is where we bring in now the National Development Plan, which talks about building capabilities, activating citizenry, making sure that South Africa moves from a welfare perspective to a developmental state. And this is the agenda that needs now to take place. Because since 1994, the NGOs and government have been working solely on the area of protection. Grants, grants, grants. Now, you have 28 million people on the social assistance program. 28. Doesn't that scare you? Ladies and gentlemen, that was not a rhetorical question. I'm actually asking the audience, doesn't that scare you? I mean, let's put it in context. 28 million, if you compare with our neighbors' population groups, national demographics. Okay, Botswana, let's not go there. Lesotho, let's not go there. Namibia, let's not go there. But even if we add all of them, those countries, they will not number the people who are on the grant system. Okay, let's go to Zambia. They are about 21 million. Zimbabwe, half of them are here anyway. So, yeah, they're about 20 million, right? So basically, the only countries in the SADC that we can say are not below the number of those who are on the social assistance program are Angola, Tanzania, DRC, Mozambique slightly. So anyway, we have been stuck here. Just move a bit. Yeah, here. Protection, protection, protection. Right? And yet there's redistribution. So what HOD and his team are doing is that once you engage in productive activities and people are able to have disposable income and purchasing power, they will also be participating in the economy, right? And so the wealth will be redistributed. When you're talking about production, right? You're already tapping into what is already transpiring in the country. Home-based care, looking after children after hours, like, backyard creches, all that, which is not even being paid. And yet, those people will be able to get money and not only stipend. And so on and so forth. All right, now I'll go back. So redistribution is going beyond safety nets to address the structural issues, the root causes of inequality, as I pointed out, which are vestiges of colonialism and apartheid, where people will be able to have income, which will be redistributed in terms of assets and power. Many of the issues that emerge when we discuss with our colleagues who are dealing with the scourge of GBVF is that there's an element of power there and powerlessness in that equation. And part of this agenda will be able to liberate our women folks from such insidious and difficult circumstances. So here, that's where you begin to integrate social protection with economic policies. And then when you talk about production, this is where we're talking about enhancing human capital, stabilizing labor markets. Part of this care economy will be inserted into the labor market spectrum, if I can put it that way. And we begin to say that the women folk, who are always in the forefront of this agenda, the care economy, must be remunerated accordingly. And then we talk about reproduction. Moving away from residual market-dependent welfare towards a rights-based approach, gender transformative approaches to tackle the inherited poverty, inequality, unemployment from settler colonialism, and apartheid. And that, for me, is the agenda setting, whereby we're talking about dealing with the root causes and sorting out. Next slide, please. Thank you. Dealing with the inherited structural issues which continue to define our people's developmental pathways. So you have NGOs, CBOs, and so on. They are not going to be closed down. And I think Mr. Zulu, you also mentioned that issue. They're going to be repurposed. So if you are used to a curative, rehabilitative approach, you're not going to be closed down because of this transition from welfare to development. You will be repurposed, reskilled, again, empowered in the process. Right? So you're not going to be redundant, but you are going to help to buttress the economy. Right? So the care economy will be at the center of that repurposing. So we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And then the transition itself should address growing the social needs, such as child care, elder care, and support for people with disabilities, simultaneously creating jobs and enhancing gender equality. Next slide, please. So there's a need to leverage what is already there. There's a need to amplify what is already there. The women of South Africa have shown that whatever happens, they'll be there when things are difficult. And they're there in their communities, driving agendas, driving development. And this history, you just need to tap into. This reality, you need to tap into. But But more importantly, these things are not fancy. These things, we have been doing them from time immemorial in Africa, looking after our less fortunate members of the community. So when we talk about Mutu Kimutu Kabatu, what are we saying? Ubuntu. We're saying that we're able to do certain things without the state's intervention. The state comes in, DSD in this regard, to just, amplify what we're doing. And therefore, we're saying this should continue. This agenda must tap into what is already there. Next slide. Now, again, I harp on the issue of women because they're already having a very disproportionate size in the care economy. But they are not remunerated accordingly. And therefore, when we drive this new agenda of the care economy, they will be the central actors who will be getting the funds. And we'll be fighting issues of, feminization of poverty, etc. And also, there will be a double advantage because we know, and statistics have pointed out, that we've got 42.4% of women who are heading households. So this will be a very strategic but very important agenda that will begin to off-ramp women and the youth from undesirable circumstances, poverty, etc. My sister there was raising a very sharp issue about teenage pregnancy as a national scourge. Part of this agenda begins to deal with the root causes of teenage pregnancy. Next slide. What can you do? So, this is a call to action. We're not just here to bring business and say, oh, business, can you give us money? Can you open your wallets quite nicely? Even open them, in a very big way. No. This is a call to action to bring business into the development agenda setting of moving the society from welfare to development. Business is part of the crime. Business is part of the violence. Big business, you're part of the dispossession and exclusion of millions of people from the economic mainstream. So if you want to have your profits, and let's cost-benefit analysis, right? I'm not an economist, I only did development economics. But if we engage in a cost-benefit analysis, you will find that if you are investing into social development, all these challenges of poverty, high crime, and etc. will begin to dissipate, right? So it makes business sense, captains of industry, to invest in social development. It's not just a favor. It is actually to your own benefit, to your own sabotage, to your own, advantage. So if we talk about foreign direct investment, for example, and I'm almost winding up, program director, you will find that when you're overseas and you're traveling to South Africa, what do they always say? Just as a tourist, even before we talk about foreign direct investment, oh, South Africa, there's crime, and there's so much negativity there. But we begin to paint a good picture to those who want to bring in money from outside, that business in South Africa, business properties, etc., are safe, right? And when you invest in the care economy, those who are participating on a voluntary kind of basis will have money. Everyone will have money. When you have money, what happens? Happiness. But more importantly, you have the power of choice. Those women who are stuck in those relationships that are toxic and violent are able to make a choice and say, hey, I'm gone. They will have purchasing power to buy whatever they want for their children, and therefore, what happens? There's a ripple effect in the economy, right? So, we're talking about the township economy. In the township economy, then you'll have people who will be able to buy things within that township economy. Because maybe now people don't have that huge purchasing power. So, it makes business sense, right, to invest in social development. Next slide. Thank you.
Sure, another round of applause for Prof. Noyo, please. Thank you, Prof. You know, Prof, I am known for taking extensive contemporaneous notes as a person is speaking. My notes are legendary, but with you, I didn't take notes. I started and then I stopped. It's fine, it's okay. You can, if your students fail, Prof, it's on them, it's not on you. You could set a paper for me tomorrow on what you've presented this morning, and I'd be able to ace it. Thank you very much for that. We're going to do a slight change because one of our speakers for this morning has another commitment. So we're going to invite Ms. Lynette Shange, who is Microsoft Director, Customer Success, Public Sector, to come and deliver the strategic input, our next strategic input on digital inclusivity and partnership opportunities. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way. Naye uhlele kude, so akaqale ngengoma. Ngoma yomzabalazo lapha.
Good morning, beautiful people of KwaZulu-Natal. How are you all this morning? I'm very happy to be in KZN. I'm always happy because KZN is my home. Although Igoli took me, it hasn't swallowed me. And I'm always happy to be here. Program Director, Honorable HOD, provincial leaders, MEC in absentia, and all representatives from the Department of Social Development, esteemed partners, colleagues, and guests, all protocol observed, I greet you and say good morning. My name is Lynette Shange, and I lead the Customer Success Delivery Team for Public Sector at Microsoft. And delivery is at the core of what I do, and obviously I partner with government departments in improving the way that they deliver services to our citizens. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today, and on behalf of Microsoft, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development for convening this important summit and for inviting us as part of this conversation. I've actually really enjoyed the conversation this morning, the passion from the speakers and especially the responders from the audience. It shows that people that are here are really engaged and investing their time in contributing to this very important summit. We see this partnership at Microsoft not as a once-off engagement, but as a shared commitment to enabling meaningful, inclusive, and sustainable outcomes for communities, particularly for young people who are navigating an increasingly digital economy. It is no longer about I sell physical goods anymore to make money. It's no longer about having a physical business for me to live a sustainable life and have a sustainable income. There are a lot of businesses that are spun up digitally, and they are actually making quite good money or income for people. So we should not, as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, let our youth be left behind because we're not equipping them to catch up to the times. At Microsoft, our role is not simply to bring technology into the room. Our role is to partner intentionally and responsibly to help build the skills, confidence, and learning pathways that allow our young people to participate meaningfully in the economy, whether through employment, entrepreneurship, or through learning. In other provinces, we are already working alongside government, education institutions, NGOs, and industry partners to support similar initiatives. Digital and AI skilling development aligned to market needs is one of the services that we offer to other departments that would also, other provinces that would also like to bring to KZN. Youth employability initiatives that focus not only on training, but on readiness and pathways to opportunity are some of the programs that we also run. Ecosystem partnerships that mobilize resources, scale impact, and ensure sustainability beyond just pilot programs. Somebody in the audience earlier did say, sometimes we attend events like this and people pledge, whether they are pledging training or they are pledging funding or pledging any program to help the community, but nothing is heard further aside from those pledges. Nobody knows what has happened. Nobody knows how to access the program. Nobody even knows if the program is no longer available. So I think it is our duty to make sure that whatever we partner with in the province, we actually make sure that it is followed through. What makes today's summit particularly important is its focus on collaboration at scale, how we collectively mobilize resources, align efforts, and avoid fragmentation, so that young people are not navigating disconnected programs, but clear and supported digital pathways. I'm not alone in this. I do have some colleagues online, and my other colleague in the room will indicate when they've entered the room, the digital room, that is. Because we are also going to hear from my other colleagues how skills development programs are being implemented at scale. Like I said, in other provinces, we do have skills development programs that are running in partnership with those with provincial leaders. We're also going to look at how partnerships can unlock funding, infrastructure, and expertise. How we move from training to real employability and economic participation. Like I said, my role this morning is simply to set the stage and to reaffirm Microsoft's commitment to working alongside the Department of Social Development and its partners. I will listen carefully, co-designing responsibly with the department, and contributing where we can to add the most value to these initiatives. Like I said, this is not about technology, and it's not about the sake of showcasing what technology can do. It is about the people. It's about the possibilities that we can unlock with our people. It's about creating progress, ensuring that no young person is left behind, ensuring that no older person is left behind. Because sometimes in these events, we focus a lot on the youth, forgetting that we still have a civil duty to look after our elder. So how do we then incorporate our elders into these programs to make sure that they benefit and they continue to earn a living beyond retirement? So we will make sure that no person is left behind in this economy and society continues as society continues to digitize. We look forward to the conversations today and to the collaboration that follows. I will just take a minute to check if my colleagues have joined the call. If not, I will just first take you through to the ideation that we have been in conversations with social development in terms of the ideas as Microsoft that we have around digitizing how social development delivers their service to the public. Okay, I hear that one of my colleagues is already online. May I ask that they put up their presentation? Tiara, you are online, I can see you, but I don't see your presentation. If you can, please. Thank you. I'm not sure if it can be seen in the room. Yeah, I think it can be seen in the room. Before I hand over to Tiara, I just would like to thank the HOD for the invitation. And then I'll hand over to Tiara, one of our speakers, who will take us through how, as Microsoft, we help organizations and provinces elevate skilling of their youth or their society. I'm not sure what's happening, technical issues. Tiara, your presentation is gone.
Thank you, Lynette. I've asked Prudence to share the slides because I am on the road. Prudence, if you could please get them up, but I'm ready to start talking as she joins.
All right, Tiara, if you can maybe take some time to introduce yourself and your role so that everybody in the room is clear.
Absolutely. Good morning, esteemed leaders, colleagues, and partners from the KZN Department of Social Development, and as well as the attendees. It's really great to be with you today. I'm so glad I could join from Cape Town. More so to be able to be in a room filled with visionaries and community builders who definitely hold the future of South Africa's people at heart. My name is Tiara Pathan. I'm the AI Skilling Director for Microsoft South Africa, and I'm part of a team called Microsoft Elevate. Today, on behalf of Microsoft, and particularly our Elevate initiative, which was previously known as the AI Skilling Initiative, I really want to express our deep appreciation for this opportunity to collaborate with you so that we can work together to empower individuals, strengthen your communities, and of course build meaningful pathways into sustainable work. And I heard what my colleagues said today around the importance of skilling. So for me, we're here today to meet at a moment of enormous transformation. Globally, AI and digital innovation are definitely reshaping all industries. South Africa is no exception. But unlike other countries, we do carry a unique responsibility, but also possibility, right? We want to ensure that technologies of the future can serve our people, that it includes the communities, but also that we can expand this opportunity for those that have been historically excluded. The speaker after me will be my colleague Lebogang, who will talk us through a little bit around our EIP program and how the department can get involved. Now, I believe that the Department of Social Development plays a vital role in supporting these vulnerable populations. And the Microsoft Elevate program has been built precisely for this kind of partnership, one that bridges digital skilling, employability, as well as empowerment at scale. Prudence, if you could move to the next slide, please. So why Microsoft Elevate and what is it about? Next slide, Prudence. Our commitment globally is to unlock economic participation by equipping individuals with skills, tools, and confidence so that they can thrive in this rapidly changing world. Specifically AI, but this includes everything from foundational digital literacy for citizens who are just at the beginning of their digital journey. And here I can reference the initiative we launched at the AI tour with SABC Plus. Workplace readiness and productivity skills for career readiness. We do this with a couple of organizations already in KZN. We work largely with the BPO sector, who are the biggest job creator. Thirdly, we also focus on AI-assisted learning, and this is every person, regardless of background. We want to ensure that they can understand and they can use emerging technologies. We do this with our partners Vodacom and Gamatech, who work very closely with the schools across KZN. We've already been training and worked with 84 schools across KZN, training grade 10, 11, and 12 learners, as well as school leadership. And then finally support NGOs and social sector practitioners to ensure that when they're serving communities, they have the tools to amplify their impact. And so after me, we have a speaker from Pambano, because we work very closely with the Pambano team. This program is called Civic AI, and I'll take you through it a little bit briefly. But our focus is not just technology. We're here to change lives, and we're here to do that through sustainable skills development. So why does Microsoft Elevate matter for KZN and for the DSD? I think I touched on it a little bit, but I know that our new CEO, it comes from rural KZN, and he's really passionate about supporting this province. I think, having personally been in KZN a couple of times last year and this year, it's a province with extraordinary potential, youthful energy, and definitely entrepreneurial spirit. But there's so many, I think communities face these persistent barriers like accessing digital tools, training, and then of course economic opportunity. And I think together with the Department of Social Development, we really have an opportunity to change this trajectory. So I'd like to recommend a couple of ways that we can work together, but also showcase to you what we can bring that is practical, accessible, and how we can localize it, whether it's in digital basics, professional skills, cybersecurity awareness, or responsible AI. So today I'm going to share a couple of the initiatives that we run across the rest of the country, and hopefully there is an opportunity for us to have a second conversation after this call. Together with Youth Unemployment Service, or better known as YES, we are certifying 50,000 South Africans. They have the opportunity to select 8 certifications, and it will link them to a full learning path, a mock exam, practice assessment, and a sandbox environment, so they can actually take the learnings into a practical environment and then go and write a certification exam. So this program was launched in June last year, our AI Skilling Day. It has been running since October, and we've already distributed around 14,600 vouchers. Next slide, please, Prudence. Together with APSA and Women in Tech, we run a program intentionally investing in women, leaders, founders, students, and entrepreneurs. The program is called Elevate Her. We have 3 learning pathways on the program. AI fluency, really starting from the history of why AI started to how to use AI responsibly. We have a module around for specifically female founders, how they can integrate AI into their small businesses, developing proposals for funding, as well as developing a full marketing plan. And then the final pathway is more for unemployed youth, and it's specifically AI in career growth. So here we work on how AI can be used when setting up your resume, how AI can be used when setting up your LinkedIn profile, and how you can use AI to actually search for available job opportunities. Next slide, please. Sorry, if we can go a slide back, my apologies. From an education sector point of view, we work very closely with two organizations. Across South Africa, we introduce AI fluency to educators and school leadership because we believe it starts there. Huge focus on driving Copilot. We've just introduced Copilot Teach for educators. This agent within Copilot actually allows educators to build lesson plans, to also create examination questions and assessments based on the South African curriculum, and then also for the students to be able to, when studying, create flashcards so they can use it to test and quiz themselves. Now, I mentioned a little bit earlier in KZN what we do with Vodacom is work with Gamatech to ensure AI fluency is, taught across schools. We have an ambition to train 160 schools. Right now, we're on about 84. So that work is happening. I'm happy to share the results of that as well. In total, if I remember correctly, from a number perspective, we have trained just more than 53,000 students across KZN. If you could move to the next slide, please. I've mentioned the project called Civ AI. We've added the QR code if you'd like to just scan and open up the platform. But this program with Pambano was launched last year, the 7th of November. And here we've specifically taken the Microsoft Learning Pathways and developed 3 bespoke learning programs aimed at civil society. So it's how do you use AI when you are drafting a funding proposal? How do you use AI? Because often, in nonprofits, you wear multiple hats. You're a CEO, you're a marketing executive, you're also the operations and finance person. And so how do you use AI to work smarter, better, and to help you introduce efficiencies into your nonprofit? And then the final pathway is responsible use of AI. But this program kicked off last year. We've already onboarded in the first 6 weeks about 438 nonprofits, and hopefully, once Di comes on a little bit later, she'll be able to talk through how that program works and how the department can get involved. Next slide, please. Ikamva Digital is our flagship program. We have signed an MOU with the Department of Higher Education. This is a program that was co-created with GIZ. And on this platform, we have introduced 5 AI, 5 demand-led pathways. But we also have introduced introductory pathways, because what we don't want to assume is that everyone's at the same learning level. So all TVET colleges in KZN have the opportunity to sign on and become an onboard on the Ikamva platform. The platform is for their lecturers, for their students, be it first year, second or third year, but also for the alumni, because what we don't want is for anyone to be left behind. We had a team in KZN last week who visited one of the TVET colleges already. Huge interest from the students in terms of signing up and onboarding on the platform. I've also added the QR code so that you're able to, just take a screenshot if you'd like to be able to visit the site and just have, a look at what the pathways are. Lynette, next slide, please. And then our very new program, which was launched this week, a Monday, called Empower Plus. It's together with UNAIDS. It's really a transformative program supporting girls and women, young work seekers, but then also introducing STEM career pathways. Within this program, we have built an agent called Amani that's been pre-trained on all UNAIDS research around HIV, from prevention to empowerment to awareness. And so not only do we have a learning platform for young women and girls to understand, the allies to understand how AI affects their job career trajectory, but then also the agent which supports them on their health journeys. You can also just take a picture of the screenshot if you'd like. I spoke a little bit about the SABC Plus app, so you can just go to the app now. Nick, yeah, there we go. Thank you. So the SABC program with Microsoft Elevate was launched at our AI tour on the 29th of January this year. It's fairly new. For those of you who have not yet downloaded the SABC Plus, it's our very own version of Netflix. I absolutely love it. We've built in our AI fluency courses to be able to allow citizens across the nation to train on all of our educational programs from AI, the history, where it started and where it's going. It's absolutely amazing. We received our first month's report for February, and we just had more than 2,000 learners already go through the program. So I'm very excited about this program, and I think together with the SABC Plus, we really are going to skill the nation. Next slide. Oh, I think I'm done. What I want to say when ending is just around the platforms we build. It's built with accessibility in mind for low bandwidth. When learners are in connectivity, they can download the modules, very much like a Netflix movie. They can consume the content over the weekend, and then when they are back in connectivity, the platform automatically connects to be able to share the status of exactly where the learning journey has been, which is fantastic, especially taking accessibility in mind. So to end, I know that my colleague Guy will come on from Bambana now. We have a shared vision. Our vision is really simple and powerful, but we want to equip every person, regardless of age, background, or circumstance, with the skills that they need to participate confidently and safely in the digital economy. For Microsoft, we believe AI should be an equalizer and not a divider. So these skills should be accessible to all. And you'll see the different platforms have been built with different audiences in mind. Think together with your leadership in community impact and our experience in workforce transformation. We can definitely build a model that other provinces will look at. Many ways for us to work together. And I look forward to be able to meet with the team and talk through, what those opportunities are. We're not only committed to providing technology, but we definitely want to stand with you, as a long-term skills partner, bringing our global expertise and making sure that it's locally relevant. Thank you very much, Lynette.
Thank you so much, Tiara. And before you go, in your presentation, obviously you had a lot of QR codes. Can you just maybe give the room clarity in terms of, are there any limitations in enrolling in these programs? Because my plan is to, during lunch, to make sure that people have got access to these QR codes for any programs that they are interested maybe in enrolling or finding out more.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think Di is on the call. I have seen her. Di, if you're able to come on camera now.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Are you going to share your presentation?
I will do.
Awesome.
Okay.
Right now.
All right, now thank you, Tiara.
Thank you, Tiara, for the introduction, and thank you, everybody. I'm delighted to be here today to share about our civic AI learning, and honored that we have partnered with Microsoft to roll it out to nonprofits. Let me just put it on presentation mode. Can you see the presentation? So over the next few minutes, I'll just explain to you what civic IA is, how it works, how we benefited from it, and most importantly, how easy it is for you to access it. But I just want to introduce Pambano to you so that you can understand why we actually partnered with Microsoft on this. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering communities through technology, and our focus has always been on assisting and training nonprofits in Southern Africa to build and advance their capacities. So our mission is very simple, and that is to make technology accessible and useful for everyone so that communities can thrive in the digital age. Had a bit of a hitch there. Our programs and initiatives and services empower nonprofits with the digital tools and visibility so that they can reach more people and strengthen their impact and thrive in this connected world. So why is civic AI so important for us to spread the news of it out for nonprofits? Right now across the world, organizations are using AI to work faster, analyze data better, and reach more people. But as you know, many nonprofit organizations are still sitting wondering where on earth they can begin, as they don't have the resources. And this is where we're excited to introduce the AI learning. As transformative program is designed to equip nonprofits, their beneficiaries, and the communities they serve with practical and digital skills. It's powered by Microsoft Elevate platform and delivered to Southern Africa through our partnership with Microsoft. So together we've set very ambitious goals. We want to reach 30,000 participants by June 2026, and this is to ensure that nonprofits across Southern Africa are not left behind in the digital age and the age of AI. If we are not going to be learning, we are going to get left behind. So it's very important that we take the opportunities that's given to us. So at its core, civic AI is built on a simple principle. Technology should support people, not replace them, and to empower nonprofits across Southern Africa with the essential emerging technology skills that drive real impact. Today, I just want to quickly show you how you can start using the tools yourself to save time, strengthen your programs, and increase your impact. Tiara touched on the pathways. I'm just going to go into them a little bit more. And one of the things I love about this platform is that it doesn't assume everyone is at the same starting point. Instead, it offers you 3 learning pathways. The foundation is for beginners with a focus on building confidence with essential digital skills. It introduces the basics of AI in a simple and accessible way. Participants learn things like how AI works, how to use the digital tools more effectively, how do I navigate online platforms safely. And for many community organizations, this pathway is the perfect starting point because it removes that fear around technology that we all have had sometime in our lives. And it helps people feel more comfortable engaging with the digital tools. And by completing the foundation pathways, participants develop the confidence to begin exploring AI. They start getting an appetite for AI and the digital technologies as tools that can support their work and their communities. Then we move on to the skills that matter pathway. And this is where participants begin applying AI to real everyday tasks that focus on practical productivity skills, showing how tools like AI can help with things many nonprofits do every single day. For example, drafting documents, summarizing reports, organizing information. This saves them time, improves the quality of their work. And for busy nonprofit staff, these small improvements can make such a huge difference in productivity and efficiently. Eventually, it even saves them money because you can start doing all these things yourself. The leadership pathways designed for organizational leaders, managers, and then decision makers. And instead of focusing only on tools, this pathway looks at the bigger picture. How do organizations adopt response AI responsibly and strategically put it into the organization? It explores questions such as how can AI improve programs, how to manage risk, how to ensure that technology is used ethically and exclusively. So for nonprofit leaders, this pathway helps them understand how AI can support organizational growth, improve on their decision making, and always strengthen their impact. Ultimately, helps leaders guide their organizations through digital transformation in a thoughtful and responsible way. And I'll show you a slide later on of a testimonial. And this organization, their leader took this pathway, and he said it's helped him now teach the beginner AI learners in his organization of how important it is to go through the foundational skills and then the skills that matter. So we all want a little bit of recognition, and as you progress through the courses on the platform, you'll earn digital badges for each course, and you can think of these badges as milestones in your learning journey. Each badge represents a new skill or area of knowledge that you have developed by going through one of the courses. When you complete the pathway, you receive a certificate. And these certificates recognize your achievement. They can be shared on platforms like LinkedIn. I put mine on my LinkedIn platform, can be added to your CV, or even just used to demonstrate your digital and AI skills to your employer when they do your KPIs, partners, collaborators. And what makes this especially valuable is that the badges and certificates show that you not only participated in the course, but you are actively building the digital skills needed for the future. The best part of this thing is that everybody can start today. You don't have to delay. It is a very, very simple registration process. I went through this yesterday with one of our clients, and it took less than 3 minutes. Here is I've given you the website, the link to the platform. You go to that platform, you click on number 2, get started. Very important that you click on that link to get started. And then you sign in, you create your account, you add all your user details, gives you your profile that you've created, and you, boom, select your course and you start learning. So even today, you've all got phones with you. I encourage you during your break, have a little look at the Civic AI platform, create your account. We'll send you a reminder to carry on doing your courses. And many people are starting to sign up during the presentations like this. They start their first course on the same day. They reach out to us if we need to help you. As Tiara said earlier, the platform is designed to be user-friendly. It knows what nonprofits want and need. And so you can focus on learning without having to worry about all the complicated steps. Even the little test at the end is simple. It gives you multiple choice answers that you can go through. It's an easy way to learn and get on the AI journey. So through marketing efforts, our webinars, our in-person trainings that we've already hosted we've been to KZN, we've been to Mpumalanga, the Eastern Cape, we've done a few online trainings. We've already seen a growing community of people embracing these tools, but our heart is to get more and more people on this journey. Community leaders, nonprofit staff, activists are all discovering how AI can support their work, from writing their reports faster to improving communication and organizational planning. So you see here the testimonials reflect some of those experiences, and it's really encouraging for us to hear organizations talking about the valuable proposition and how they've incorporated this into their day-to-day runnings. Learning doesn't only have to happen with you alone. We're building a community of learners through our Pambana social media. And there you'll find some updates, some discussions, tips, there's stories from other learners that we published, and also constant reminders to you to do the course, attend all the events, when we're hosting webinars. Everything is on our social media page. So just to conclude that Civic AI is more than just online courses. It's about ensuring that non-profit organizations have the skills needed to thrive in a digital future. We do not want to be left behind. I always say non-profits play such a valuable role in communities. We have to keep up with the times technologically. So participating, you're not only investing in your own learning, you're contributing to the nonprofit movement that is preparing Southern Africa communities for opportunities of AI and digital transformation. Going to put up the link once again, just so that you take a screenshot of it or whatever you need to do so that you have it on your phone, that you can start exploring the AI platform, register for a course. I promise you, you will not regret it. Start building your AI digital skills, and together we can ensure that no community is left behind. Share this with the nonprofit networks. Share this with the beneficiaries in those networks. And I'm here. Our goal, just a reminder, is to reach 30,000 participants by June. Every one of you can be part of that, and we hope to see many of you on the platform very, very soon. My contact details. My name again is Di. Reach out anytime. Very happy to jump on a call and help you if you require assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. And people, I think it's very important to make a note that it's not about having money anymore in case you want to upskill yourself. In case you have unemployed youth that need upskilling, there are programs that are available free of charge that will help with the skilling that's necessary, that will help with digitizing the way that our NPOs work and the way that they provide services to our citizens. Next, I will have Lebogang Lovuno. Lebogang leads our BBEE programs at Microsoft, and she's also going to come and speak to us about the equity equivalent investment programs that we have at Microsoft, and that maybe you can leverage and partner with the Department of Social Development. This morning, the HOD of Social Development shared his vision. His vision is to have a center of excellence in KZN, where the department is leading the charge in terms of making sure that digital skilling is actually happening in the province. And he's actually looking at partners like ourselves and other companies to help with making sure that that vision comes into fruition and that you have a physical place to go to for access and make sure that your questions are answered. Lebogang, please share your screen when you're ready.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You are a bit muffled, but we can.
Oh dear, let me see if I can do anything about that. It doesn't look like I can. I'm on maximum volume. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better.
Is it better? All right.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, good morning. We're still morning, so it's been a very long day for me, clearly. Good morning, everyone. My name is, as Lynette has mentioned, Lebogang Luvuno, and I look after all of our transformation objectives, triple BE, for Microsoft. We have put together a presentation. We will be taking you through the various programs on our triple BE. Please let me know when you can see the screen and I will switch off my camera so that it's clear. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, Lebogang.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you very much for this opportunity to engage with you all. I'm very excited to be able to take you through our programs and to see how we can leverage them for KZN. Okay. So just in terms of what I'll take you through, I'll just give you a brief overview of our triple B programs, and then we'll talk about our emerging partner program, our equity equivalent investment program, and our skills development program. And then we'll just summarize what we see as potential partnership opportunities, which are not the only ones, of course. Anyone looking at this that might see another way is welcome to offer that. So just in terms of what we have at Microsoft in the form of triple BE, we've got, as Lynette mentioned, our equity equivalent investment program. So this is the program that we have in place for our ownership vehicle. So as some of you may be aware, multinationals that are not able to give local shareholding can invest in the equity equivalent investment program as a way of still contributing under the ownership pillar. So we have a program that focuses on enterprise and supplier development, skills development, and research and development. We signed our agreement with the DTIC in May of 2024, and it is a 10-year commitment. So we will be running this program. We're in year 2 of the program, and we've still got 8 more years to go. Which is great because it allows us some long-term partnership opportunities there. On the skills development side, we train, essentially our focus is training across the ecosystem, and I'll go into more details around what ICT skilling we give and to which stakeholders. And then on the enterprise and supply development side, we have our emerging partner program. This is our flagship program that we've had running for a couple of years now. And what we do there is we empower 100% Black-owned small, medium, and micro enterprises in the ICT sector to become Microsoft partners. So we fund their journey to becoming a Microsoft partner. And then on the socio-economic development side, we look at ICT skilling. So a lot of the work we do here sort of interfaces a bit with the space that Tiara and the Elevate team is in, because there we look at development at community level and for schools and other young unemployed people as well under socioeconomic development. So we're starting with ESD, as we know that we just want to focus more on the other pillars. So we just want to get through this first part on the ESD side. So the ESD program, as I mentioned, is the Emerging Partner Program, focusing on 100% Black-owned SMMEs. And what's important to note about this program is that our whole focus is ICT SMMEs. On the Emerging Partner Program, we do not work with SMMEs outside of ICT. And in fact, not only must they be ICT SMMEs, they need to be ICT SMMEs that are interested in becoming Microsoft partners. So what we mean by Microsoft partners is they must be wanting to deploy our software. So the opportunity here for SMMEs is quite big because our data shows that for every dollar that Microsoft makes in selling software, there's $7 to $8 to be made in deployments. So in making sure that the software can actually be used at the customer, as that is not an area that Microsoft focuses on. So we support through technical skills training, And that means we give them training in Microsoft skills. We pay for them to be trained. That's part of us reducing the barriers to entry into the partner space by funding the journey. So we know that it can be quite expensive for small ICT SMEs to fund their own partner journey because they've got to pay for skilling, they've got to pay for adoption and change management. They have to get access to deployment opportunities. So they actually have to go and deploy our software in the customer environment in order to get points. So our program is designed to help to make sure that we can support them to go through that journey quicker. We also give them business development training, and we find the deployments. Sorry, there's a bit of
one of them.
Okay, so just
Lebo, I think there was somebody unmuted by mistake. You can continue. However, we've been asked to wrap it up as we are slowly running behind. Maybe if we can take us through the qualification criteria and then the rest we can answer during the break.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So as I said, yeah, can you hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So 100% Black-owned SMEs that need to have a annual turnover of below 50 million. They obviously need to be registered with the CIPC. They must have a valid SARS clearance, and also should be able to provide their annual financial statements. They should have some ICT experience, so the owner must have 5 years experience, and the company should be in operation for at least 2 to 3 years. And they also need to have at least 4 technical staff. And the reason for that is that we need to be able to train their staff for these deployments, and therefore there must be staff that we are able, technical staff that we're able to train. I won't go through that, so just to confirm that, as I said, the skilling support, business development support, and access to market. Lynette, how much time do I have? Can I go through skills development, or is there no time for that? And
No, we do not have further time.
Oh, okay, that's fine. What I can do is share the presentation, perhaps?
Yes, I can take people through the presentation during the break. We have a stand where they can find us.
Okay, no problem. I'll just hide some of the slides that have too much detail so that you can talk through it.
Okay. All right. No, thank you so much, Lebu, and thank you so much, everyone. As you can see, we do have a lot of programs that you can tap into, whether to get access to funding, get access to education. Please find us. We will be outside during the break. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Program Director.
Can we get another round of applause for Ms. Lynette Shange and the team at Microsoft? Really important work that they are doing. And I'm glad that I saw a few of you when the details were being shown, taking pictures to make sure that you have the necessary details. Because this is part of some pledges will come in the form of money, and we appreciate those, as you can imagine. Others are pledges in kind, in training, as well as opportunities that are just there, waiting for you to just take advantage of. So I think that's what the team was talking about. If we're talking a skills revolution, it's also a digital revolution. And the key message, I suppose, don't get left behind when opportunities like these are well within reach. I've had to take an executive decision. I see the HOD is out of the room, so I assumed power. We're going to change the program slightly. We're going to take a quick comfort break, tea break for all of you, and then we'll come back after that. I do want to mention, though, before we go outside, that in terms of the pledges, there are multiple ways for you to pledge your partnership on this program. And one of them is, of course, via the social media, digital media platforms. So on TikTok, you can find at Kzn Dsd. At Kzn Dsd, that's on TikTok. If you're lucky, there might be a video of me dancing there. Probably not. Instagram at Kzn Dsd1. At Kzn Dsd1, and of course on Twitter, X, Kzn Dsd1 as well. So those are some of the platforms where you can find the pledge form, and then you can fill out your details. In cash, kind donations. Let's take a quick tea break. It is 11:45. Let's come back at 12 o'clock so that we make further progress with our program. Thank you. a lover of traveling and books and everything about music. So we thought because you were good and you came back in time, let Busi Gold serenade you for a little bit. Busi, please come through.
livuselele amaphupho liphinde lishone entshonalanga ashabalale amaphupho yempili njalo. Oh yeah, yempili njalo. Oh yeah. Nezimbali ziyaqhakaza ntwasahlobo phinde zibune kunesiqalo nesiphetho. Oh yeah, isikalo nesiphetho impili njalo. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, impili njalo. Oh yeah, yeah. Sahlobo phinde zibune kunesikhathi sokuzalwa nesokukhothama isiqalo nesiphetho impili njalo. impilo njalo, impilo njalo. Akulandwa beleko ngakufelwa, impilo njalo, impilo njalo. Dula, dula, dula. Weputu wami, awuthula. Wesisi wami, awuthula. Webaba wami, awuthula. Wemama wami, awuthula. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to say this is a very important event, very, very deep in my spirit. I'm very grateful for all of you in this room. I'm a product of Ikusasa. I was given a chance by Ikusasa under Solid Sounds to be able to record my album after 20 years of serving. Very humbly so. So I am very grateful. This event really means a lot to me, and I'd like to say congratulations to coming this far, to be able to unite in a very beautiful cause like this, because you are changing lives, and that is very important and a blessing. Thank you very much. The next song, the next song that I'm about to perform is also actually the one that I started with, and the next song is in my album. You can find it on all digital platforms. It's called Seasons by Busi Gold. Enjoy the next song. Thank you very much. Shabalala, imizamo yami soze kwaba yize, ngoba konke kuye kwisithembiso. Uqaphela unyawo lami ungasheleli, amaphupho ami soze ashabalala, imizamo yami soze kwaba yize, ngoba konke kuye kwisithembiso. Oh yes, my Lord. Oh yes, my Lord. Oh yes, my Lord. Oh my God, you will sit and be so. Oh yes, my Lord. Oh yes, my Lord. Oh yes, my Lord. Oh my God, you will sit and be so. Uqaphela unyawo lami ungasheleli, amaphupho ami soze ashabalala, imizamo yami soze kwaba yize, ngoba konke kuye kusithembiso. Uqaphela unyawo lami lungasheleli, amaphupho ami soze ashabalala, imizamo yami soze kwaba yize, ngoba konke kuye kwisithembiso. Yeah. Oh yeah. omunye. Awuyena ungumveli ngangisoze ngithanda omunye. Awuyena ungumveli ngangisoze ngikhonze omunye. Thank you very much. Ngikhonza omunye. Soze ngithanda omunye. Hawu ngithanda omunye.
Busi Gold, everybody. Wow, I don't know about you, that uplifted me. And I'm doubly uplifted by the fact that she's a product of one of the organizations working in this space. So, I mean, it's something that yesterday they showed us their presentation, and I had to apologize to them for the 5 minutes. But, you know, in that 5 minutes, they were able to showcase this is part of the work that they do in helping young people with this kind of thing. So absolutely beautiful. Stunning performance there by Busi Gold. I do want now to move on so that we move our program at a better pace than we've managed thus far. We're going to get an input. Our next strategic input is going to be on the issue of the critical importance of business, government, civil society partnerships in driving the KwaZulu-Natal inclusive economic growth agenda. Sounds like a mouthful when I say it, but you'll hear it better when Cosmas Hamadziripi comes through to deliver it on behalf of the head of department in the Department of Tourism, Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs. Cosmas, please come through.
The MEC in absentia, the HOD, Program Director, the leaders of government, HODs in the room, representatives of the private sector, the setters, civil society, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. My name is Cosmas Hamadziripi. I am an economist within the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. I'm usually known as a person who does presentations, sometimes long presentations. But fortunately today, I'm representing the head of the department, HOD Dr. Zulu, who is held up in another conference, the NH Summit in Richards Bay. Hence, he could not be here during the past few days. So he has sent his apologies and his best wishes for this important platform or important conference. So I'm going to read the speech that he has asked me to go through. So good afternoon to all of you once again. It is a privilege to address this esteemed gathering and to extend my sincere appreciation to the Department of Social Development for convening this critical partnership summit and for inviting the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs to contribute to this dialogue. The theme of this summit, investing in the K economy, is both timely and strategic. Globally, policymakers increasingly recognize that the K economy represents a principal pathway for achieving inclusive economic growth, labor-intensive employment, and the advancement of the social well-being of the society. At a time when economies are striving to reconcile social responsibility with sustainable economic performance, the K economy offers a unique opportunity to address employment, poverty, and human development simultaneously. This discourse is particularly pertinent in the context of KwaZulu-Natal's demographic and economic realities. The province remains one of the second populous province or region in the country, with its population rising to about 12.2 million in 2020 from 12.2 million in 2020 to an estimated 12.8 million as of the end of 2024. Urban and coastal districts, notably eThekwini, now hosts more than 4.5 million people, reflecting a high concentration of economic activity and access to services in metropolitan areas, as well as secondary cities of the province. KwaZulu-Natal retains a relatively young population with 73% of residents, roughly 9.3 million individuals who are under the age of 40. While this presents significant long-term labor force potential, it also imposes sustained pressures on education, skills development, the labor markets, and social services. Encouragingly, literacy rates have increased from 80.7% to about 89% over the past decade, and the province HDI, or the Human Development Index, has also risen from 0.59 to about 0.64. Yet poverty and inequality remain entrenched. Nearly half of the population lives below the food poverty line, and unemployment remains elevated at 30.6%. These realities underscore the need for labor-intensive sectors capable of inclusive growth. The K economy encompasses the full range of activities that support the well-being of individuals, of our society. It also contributes to the development, the daily functioning of individuals and communities. Internationally, it is defined as comprising care work, both paid and unpaid, direct and indirect care, provided within and outside the household, and including the people who provide and receive care, as well as employers and institutions that are involved. In practical terms, this includes early childhood development services, child care, after-school care, the caring of the elderly, senior citizens, the home-based and community health services, the disability support, the social work, the psychosocial services, community development programs, and domestic and household care services. These services are delivered through a combination of government institutions, non-profit organizations that have been spoken about widely earlier on, community-based initiatives, and informal providers embedded in our local communities. Despite its fundamental contribution to societal functioning, the care economy has historically been undervalued and under-recognized within the formal economic statistics. Without adequate care provision, other sectors of the economy, from industry to agriculture, cannot operate efficiently. While economic performance is influenced mainly by many internal and external factors, an economy generally functions more effectively when its major sectors are expanding, economic agents are actively participating in the economy, policies are robust, and the overall economic environment is stable and predictable. In other words, we are talking about predictability in terms of policy, in terms of governance, and also in terms of how the fiscal instruments of government are deployed in the economy. In this context, the growth of the care economy signals a healthy and productive population as it reflects increased investment in services such as health care, child care, elder care, and social support that sustain human well-being and labor productivity. The care economy is primarily driven by factors such as demographic changes, rising labor force participation, particularly among women, urbanization, increasing demand for health care and social services, and supportive public policies and investments. A strong care economy therefore improves the quality of life while also supporting broader economic participation, job creation, and long-term economic growth. The care economy also generates significant economic linkages. The care economy is closely linked to other sectors of the economy through its role in supporting human capital, labor productivity, and the service demand. By providing essential services such as health care, child care, elder care, and social support, the care economy enables greater labor force participation, particularly among women, thereby strengthening productivity in sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and services. It also creates demand for goods and services from related industries, including pharmaceuticals, the medical equipment, the construction, health facilities, the education and training sectors, as well as transport. As a result, investment in the care economy generates multiplier economic effects across the broader economy, supporting employment creation, improving workforce well-being, and enhancing the overall resilience and sustainability of economic growth. Early childhood centers, community health programs, and care facilities require food, educational materials, cleaning products, medical supplies, infrastructure support, creating opportunities for local suppliers, co-ops, as well as small enterprises, particularly in rural and township economies. Access to reliable care services facilitates, as I indicated earlier on, improved labor force participation. So this is how the care economy is linked to the broader economic sectors of the province. But more importantly, the care economy is a vital component of the broader community services. In fact, if you look at the standard industrial classification of sectors defined by by international bodies, you find that there is no a sector that is called care in terms of the industrial classification. But where you can find the care economy is through a sector called the community services sector, where you also find the activities of NGOs, the activities of government, the activities of communities in as far as contributing to the economy is concerned. So we are then saying that the care economy is a vital component of the broader community services sector, which encompasses, like I said, government, education, healthcare, social support programs. In KwaZulu-Natal, this sector plays an outsized role in both economic output and employment. The community services account for approximately 28.2% of the provincial GDP. So if you are talking about the largest sector in KZN in terms of employment, in terms of GDP, it is the community services because it contributes close to 30% of GDP. It's not manufacturing, it's not financial services, it's not agriculture, but it is the community services sector. The sector also, in KZN it contributes 28.2%, and if you compare it at national level, it contributes 24.8%. So nationally, the community services is somewhat smaller in terms of proportion compared to KZN. So this also reflects that the province has a resilient public and social services. The sector is also the largest employer in KwaZulu-Natal, and it is it is the sector that has employed 648,000 people as of the fourth quarter of 2025 labor force survey. These are the statistics that StatsSA has recently published. We are also indicating that the sector has also recovered from COVID-19 disruptions in 2021, where we actually saw that employment in this sector actually fell to about 580,000 people, and now it has grown to 648,000. The sector also contributes to the informal employment, which is about 120,000 workers who are in this particular sector. In terms of GDP, if you look at the entire services sectors that include finance, that include the community services, and other services, you'd find that the services sector is actually the largest in KZN, contribute about 70% to overall GDP of the country. Manufacturing contributes close to about 12%, but if you look at the community services, we are saying it contributes 28%, and most of the services sector at 70%. The care economy is predominantly female-driven, with women carrying the largest share of paid and unpaid care responsibilities. In South Africa, domestic and household care work is currently heavily dependent on migrant workers or migrant labor, including some undocumented workers, largely due to the stigma historically associated with such roles like working in the, as domestic workers. Addressing this stigma becomes quite an important work that needs to be done by government, formalizing employment arrangements and recognizing the dignity and care work are essential to expanding local labor participation while safeguarding the rights of workers. Internationally, the care economy is one of the fastest growing sectors, particularly in developed countries, where aging populations and increasing demand for long-term care and health services are driving expansion. By 2030, it is estimated that 475 million additional formal care jobs will be required globally, while investments in universal child care and long-term care systems could generate close to 280 million jobs. As developed countries face persistent care worker shortages, developing countries increasingly export skills in nursing, caregiving, and social work to meet international demand. This underscores the need to strengthen domestic care services or domestic skills enabling the province to meet local needs and participate competitively in the global space. So HOD, in as much as we are talking about increasing jobs in the provincial economy, it is also important that the province can also export labor to other countries given the demand that is growing in the world. Despite these opportunities, the sector faces structural challenges. Number one, excuse me, the gender imbalance remains pronounced, with women and girls disproportionately responsible for unpaid care, while patriarchal norms limit men's engagement in this important sector. Care infrastructure is fragile, as evidenced during the COVID-19 pandemic era, highlighting the need for investment in facilities, working conditions, as well as improving workforce capacity. Additionally, unpaid care work continues to be largely unrecognized in economic terms, despite its critical contribution to the household and societal functioning. To fully realize the sector's potential, strategic interventions are required. Skills development, I think, has also been mentioned earlier on, and also professionalization must be prioritized for caregivers, early childhood practitioners, community health workers, and social workers. Social work capacity must be strengthened to respond to complex social challenges, including poverty, gender-based violence, substance abuse, and mental health pressures. Community-based organizations require support in compliance, financial management, infrastructure, and access to funding. I think that has also been widely raised by the delegates. Partnerships between government, civil society, training institutions, and the private sector will be crucial to scaling impact and improving service delivery. The KwaZulu-Natal provincial government, through what is called economic sectors, investment, and employment development Committee of Cabinet, is developing what is called the KwaZulu-Natal Inclusive Growth Strategy, which is aimed to implement measures to grow the economy while ensuring that the benefits of growth cascade to all the citizens of the province. The strategy is anchored on infrastructure-led and industrial-led economic growth and identifies manufacturing, agriculture, infrastructure development, and tourism as some of the high-priority growth sectors that we need to focus on. It also emphasized the role of digital economy and artificial intelligence in driving innovation, productivity, and competitiveness. Within this framework, the care economy is being positioned as a strategic pillar of KwaZulu-Natal's inclusive growth agenda. Investment in child care, early childhood development, health services, we have mentioned elderly care, disability support, and community-based care systems has the potential to generate significant employment while strengthening human and household resilience. As a labor-intensive sector with strong linkages to other sectors such as education, health, retail, and community services, the care economy can play a critical role in expanding opportunities for women, for youth, and supporting township and rural economies and reducing poverty. By recognizing care services as essential and socio-economic infrastructure, the province can unlock new enterprise opportunities, professionalize care work, and stimulate demand across related sectors that I have mentioned, such as health supplies, construction and care facilities, the digital health services. Integrating care economy into the broader inclusive growth strategy will help ensure economic recovery efforts are translated into broad-based participation, improved well-being, and sustainable livelihoods across the province. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are committed to an economy that works for all, we must recognize that the development is not solely about infrastructure, industry, or investment. It is equally about the systems that sustain human life, the services that nurture children, care for the elderly, and strengthen communities. The care economy reminds us that economic growth and social well-being are inseparable. In other words, you cannot grow the economy without addressing the needs of the communities, without addressing the care economy or the social services. Through strengthened partnerships between government, civil society, the private sector, and the communities, we have the opportunity to transform the care economy from an undervalued social function into a powerful driver for employment, improving the dignity of citizens, and inclusive development in KwaZulu-Natal. Let us use this summit to forge practical collaborations that unlock the full potential of this sector, building a province where economic growth is inclusive, communities are resilient, and every citizen is cared for. HOD, there is also a platform called Economic Council, which I think we are quite aware of, where government, civil society, labor, as well as business meet together. In previous years, we have had a social compact, which was signed by the leaders of these four economic agents or social partners. And I'm really thinking that there is need maybe to extend this particular social accord to also include the care economy, just like other sectors of the economy. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Tinotenda zvikuru baba Amadziripi. Garai kure nemoto. Ai ongezwanga kezwanga. It is what it is. Anditika. Thank you very much for that. So I don't know, because we kept it subtle, we didn't announce it and make it a big deal. I don't know if you've noticed the subtle change in tone from where we were yesterday to where we are today. Yesterday, we were more conceptual, conceptualizing the big concepts and defining care economy, how does it all work out, and what's best practice, who does what, etc. But now we're at a point where we're talking practicalities. We're wanting to translate from that conceptual conversation, dialogue, to concrete partnerships, to commitments and measurable actions. That really is what today is all about. We're seeking to secure that support from various sectors, business, the SETAs, foundations, technology partners, and civil society actors for the key social programs that will be key to the work that we are doing at the moment. So that's where we are. And of course, I'm hoping to extract as much money as possible from all of you. So let's see how well I can do. Let me call to the fore the next few speakers. Yesterday I was unpopular when I said to the non-profit organizations that they have 5 minutes, but my next two speakers actually have 5 minutes, and I'll be no Soviet Lekhanyane timing here. I'll be very strict. So Ms. Vuyisile Ngobese from Hollywood Foundation, if you please could come to the fore, please. Oh, selling a move.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, HOD, Executive Management of the Kzn Department of Social Development, NPOs that are present in the room, stakeholders, partners of the Kzn Dsd, Mr. Mzu Tetwa of ECR. Thank you so much for affording us the opportunity to gather with you. As mentioned, we are from the Hollywood Foundation. We are here to reiterate our commitment to the partnership with the Department of Social Development. In the previous years, we had met with the team and aligned in terms of programs that we work on from a foundation perspective. Many of you will know that Hollywood Bets, the core business, founded the foundation in 2021 in October as a move for us to really focus on community development. And to echo everyone's sentiment from yesterday, we took that leap of faith and that decision because we realized that, number one, we are proudly South African. We are an organization or a business from South Africa, and we know the plight of everyone that lives in South Africa because we are from here. So we then said, this can no longer be a CSR or a CSI initiative that sits within Hollywood Bets. It has to be a community development organization that looks solely on the needs of communities. So we are here once again to say we are available. There are synergies. We do programs in education. We do programs in sports. We do programs in businesses where we capacitate small businesses and give them opportunities to network and get funding from Hollywood Foundation. As we speak right now, we are currently running the Bambelela's KZN Bambelela Business Awards. Many of you will know them. It's the third time we're doing them here in KZN once again, where we ask SMMEs that are in KZN to apply for an opportunity to receive funding. And how we contribute to communities at large is that we provide resources. And much to what everyone spoke about yesterday is that there is still that fine line where partners and stakeholders are still as reluctant to contribute to communities because we all know that money is money, right? And if money comes to you and you have needs that are personal, you might just channel that to your personal needs. So as Hollywood Foundation, we really contribute towards resources and ensuring that there's sustainability. That's the focus, or there's the buzzword that we use in Hollywood Foundation, is that we create pathways for sustainability of operations and programs that you may have as organizations. So we are here once again, HOD, to say our doors are still open. We are committing our partnership and working with the department. And I know that our team member, Ukara, who is responsible for monitoring, has met with the DDG earlier on. We look forward to meeting with the department and aligning and seeing that how can we roll this out without any duplications, because we have determined that we are doing programs that are similar. Now we need to align and ensure that there is footprint throughout KZN in as much as we work throughout the country. But obviously we are South African owned and we are from KZN, so siqale ekhaya ngaso sonke isikhathi. So siyabonga kakhulu for the opportunity. Thanks.
Hi, Ushayile Mangobesa, thank you. Please give her another round of applause. Next up, I'm going to call Ms. Thabisile Zondi without wasting any further time. Ms. Thabisile Zondi is from the Lotteries Commission.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Thabisile Zondi from the NLC. The pressure has been mounting since yesterday. So that if I come here, it's very low, it's very Woolworths bag. Basically, partnering with DSD, I think we have actually been having this partnership for the longest time. So our commitment is to just continue on what we already have. And we are committing to say all compliant applications that come through to us, we do fund. So most of the time, I would just like to, in a brief, to explain, Who are we? NLC does not get the funds from the treasury. We collect funds from the public, from yourselves. So I see my competitor was here, Hollywood Bets and now since we have to collect the revenue and actually give it back to the communities through NPC and NPOs, it becomes a challenge when you are no longer playing the lottery. But the slogan has always been, we do not win. Then I've always said, you do win either way, but we don't give it to, we do give it to individually, but in a broader spectrum, it does come back through NPOs and NPCs and public benefit trust. Those are the three that we fund. We do not fund PTYs, we do not fund cooperatives. So the money will always be collected. We have like 47% that goes to charities, which is predominantly, it's a huge space amongst the NPOs. We do, again, take into consideration that not all people are charity driven. We do have 28% that goes to sports, those who are athletes. Then again, we do understand that we don't all like sports, so we do have the 23% of our budget that goes through for arts and culture, abamaciko, all those abaculayo, umsebenzi yezandla and that. Then we do have a 2%, smaller percentage, which is reserved for emergency funding. Like if I were to make an example, we've had a lot of flooding in KZN. We have actually came through different NPOs to go out into the communities and serve them with the most needed basic needs. So we are under the DTI, we report there. We do have a legislative mandate where we do advise the minister, we do regulate the lotteries, where organizations, if you want to run your fundraising, you are required to register with us. And then you run your fundraising. I know most of the organizations don't know that portion, so we do collect some of the revenue from there. It's not much. So we do advise on the minister as well. So those are our three mandates that we have, that we do as NLC. So I have, as I mentioned, the NLC is the biggest funder in South Africa. So you can imagine the pressure that we have to dish out the funds, but we do also need the NPCs and NPOs to be compliant for us to be able to fund the organizations. So we have different categories of grants where we take into consideration that some of the organizations are at their infancy stages. So we do have much relaxed requirements a bit, where we would say 500,000 grants for those. Then as we then have a medium grant, which is 5 million up to 501 up to 5 million. And then we do have large grants as well. I would say 5 million and above. I wouldn't say exactly what is. It is important to note that the administration officers across the countries, we are just responsible for administration of your request. We look at your request, we do then put it together and pass it to DAs, which are distribution agencies. They are based in Pretoria. So we do not make a decision. Don't ever feel that if you see me, then we had a bad day, then Tabisile will stop my application. I have no power at all. We just involved in administration. So with that being said, currently the call of application is closed, but we are looking forward to have one this year again. What is more important again is that we have went 100% online, no more applications. So you are required to register your organization prior applying. So I would say it's like something like a database where you register your organization, where it gets to be verified across DSD. If you are an NPO, if you are an NPC, we verify across if you are compliant with your requirements for reporting and stuff within your mother body. So if you do not pass the registration stage, therefore you cannot proceed until you fix what is not in place. Then we also require organization to have compliance SARS certificates. We know that even if you are an NPO, you are still required to submit your SARS. Because a lot of people say no, but we didn't make money or we are exempted. Still, if you are a PBO, you still have to comply with the SARS. That being said, I would like to thank you.
Sibonga kakhulu Kakasha. Thank you. Another round of applause for her, please. The next speaker I'm going to call is Sandile Ngwane. Mr. Sandile Ngwane is from the city of eThekwini Metro.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Sandile Ngwane. I'm coming from eThekwini Municipality under the Directorate of Social and it's a new Directorate, Social and Community Development Directorate. Before, we were called Community Participation and Action Support Unit. Program Director, can I take? You can lift it up. Okay. Ngifuna ukuba ngikhulume kahle because ngicabanga ukuthi it's very important to get this opportunity on behalf of eThekwini Municipality. Also greeting to the Director. Patchwam la ngaphambili ngiyabonga social development. Tina ke emkhandlwini we are part of social development in a sense that the department that I'm representing here is got all components that social development does. We've got vulnerable groups that include early child development, disability, elderly people, youth. We are servicing those sectors within the boundaries of eThekwini Municipality. So we came here to submit our pledge to the department that we do have a budget for non-profit organizations under the coffin called Grant in Aid program. Grant in Aid program, it's a program that is there to fund all non-profit organizations to partner with our municipality to reach communities that are in need, to uplift them from poverty and the condition those communities find themselves in. We work with those non-profit organizations. But Program Director, there is one thing that I want to share. Having said that, to run a non-profit organization, it's required somebody that has got a unique character. To succeed, you need a person that is not driven by receiving funds and rush to get funds from sponsors just to have his hands access to those funds. We need an army of individuals that are very highly disciplined, that are spiritually positive. Because we are facing a war. There is a war in those communities. Some of these wars are deep spiritual wars that ravage community into poverty. Imagine they find you in a weak state of being, trying to confront them. They will take you down. Ask me. Many organizations today are not surviving. Not because they don't have resources, but because they are diluted by negative spirit in those communities that make those communities, find themselves in such conditions. And those conditions are conditions that are perpetual. Then you find a non-profit organization end up contaminated, abusing funds, which is an ammunition that we use to kill the poverty. And you abuse those resources, those ammunitions, and they are scarce. You remember the DG from Treasury at the province yesterday indicated that at a government level there is limited budget. So imagine you are trusted to discharge such mandate and you find yourself abusing such resources. Where do you think can we get those resources again? So the legal ammunitions we have, we receive as non-profit organization, we need to highly apply a highly disciplined and very disciplined people that are required. And solid, strong, spiritually be strong, because those conditions there, ask me, you come once, you get one project, you do your project, conditions swing you the one way or the other, you collapse. You don't come back again. That's a reality. Immediately when you take a decision to say, we come together, we form a non-profit organization, you identify your target audience that you want to deliver it from poverty, that's where you start to understand what really we are facing there in those communities. So, having said that, we are opening our funding this year around June, between May and June. The advert will be on the newspapers, eThekwini newspaper, Mercury, Isolezwe, and Ilanga. We are publicizing our notice so that we invite all non-profit organizations within. I saw some of them here who are our beneficiaries. I saw a couple of organizations that are still present here. We've been assisting them and they are doing very, very well. They are coming from disability sector. We are opening in June and will be closing in the 30th of July, our applications. So all non-profit organizations within eThekwini municipality are welcome to apply. We also run capacity building workshop. We are training leadership. We are training financial management, because these are some of the areas NPO having challenges, how to balance their sheet, how to do all those requirements in terms of compliance. We are providing those training. There's the other one that is coming around April and May. We'll be doing it across eThekwini. The notice also will be issued to invite NPO to come and benefit from those capacity building workshops. We are situated at 26 Matthew Road. It was before Stamford Hill Road. There's an old Standard Bank building there. We are in 6th floor in that area. For more information, and outside we've got a desk with our information desk here. For more information, you can join us there. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngwane. Another round of applause for him, please. Much appreciated. We are at the business end, aren't we, HOD, of what we're trying to do. And if you check my profile, I was trying to make this a thing, but it didn't become a thing. So maybe I'm not as influential as I thought I was. I said in my profile, just like you have Marxists, Leninists, and Mandelaists. It didn't catch on. But I'm hoping today that that spirit will shine through as we get to this pledging session and we're getting people coming forward. Because one of the things that was legendary, he had many legendary traits, our founding president. But one of them was the ability to extract money from people. If you don't believe me, ask Oprah Winfrey, who parted with a lot of money at the hands of our beloved founding statesmen. And in fact, at one point, she was to go on to say, and I quote here, "He's known for being able to extract the last dime from people. So I volunteered first." So without him asking, she was just first to say, you know what do you need for that school? $10 million there, you can have it. So that's what really what we are hoping for as we continue with the pledges. And you can continue even online to do those pledges. The pledge form is shared on the department's social media platforms. So in that spirit then, let me call, okay, what did I do here? Confused myself. Please bear with me. I've been receiving a lot of love notes, love letters from Dr. Ngongo at the back. So now I have to open the right one. I'm going to call Mr. Memela, who's going to come to the fore with an announcement. Mr. Memela, please.
Thank you. MEC, I'm told in absentia, HOD, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dennis Memela. I'm the managing director of a company, ICT company, in fact, based in Pretoria at the Innovation Hub. The reason why I'm here today, I was invited to come in and work with the department in terms of driving this train of empowering young people in the province. Our company is. Digitizen Holdings has subsidiaries, about 4 or 5 of them. We have Digitizen Properties, Digitizen Technologies, EduTech, and also we have our nonprofit called DigiConnect. The work that we do in a number of areas over the last 5 years, we focus on digital skilling. In South Africa. And the work that we do, we work with a number of, international companies. We work with companies like your Microsoft, your Cisco, your Oracle, your Google. These are all the companies that partner with us in rolling out skills in our communities. And the reason why we do these partnerships is because we're very clear that when we train young people in the area of ICT, we just want to make sure that we don't train for the sake of training. We want to train 2 main, outcomes. One is employability, and 2, training for entrepreneurship. So we are very clear with regards to that in terms of that work. We've been in the space for a while. We, as I'm talking to you, we have a number of young people who are being trained. We're working with the Innovation Hub. We have a program that we're going to be launching, next week on Friday at the Innovation Hub. This program is called Village Digital, Academies, Village Digital Academies. And we have, working with all sorts of partners. And the idea on this program, we want to roll out, digital academies across the country. Our target is 500 of these, and we want to roll out 50 here in KZN. We are specific in terms of the target that we are actually benefiting. When we started some years back, we focused on IT graduates in South Africa because we realized that there was this huge gap between employability and academic training. And we started bringing these guys on board, and sitters came on board and all of that to ensure that we bridge the gap. But we realized lately that there is a huge a number of young people who are sitting out there. And this is the group that we are passionate about. It's called niche group, not in education, not in employment, and not in training. This is the group that we want to focus on. 2.5 to 3 million of these young people are sitting, at home not doing anything. And we want to train these young people up to a level of becoming experts in the different areas within ICT. We're focusing on artificial intelligence, we're focusing on cloud computing, nanotechnology, cybersecurity, data analytics. This is the training that we are rolling out, and we are training young people to become experts, because we should not fool ourselves. You can't attend a one-week workshop on cybersecurity and then you expect somebody will then come and employ you. This thing of short-circuiting and all of that, it needs to stop. We need to train young people at the end of the day so that they become competitive. So we have this target that we are going to be rolling out. Already when I came here, I was invited by one district to say, we know Uti are here and you're going to be talking about this. Let's put plans together. Already we have a district on board that says they want to work with us. So 5,000 of these young people are going to be trained over the next 9 to 12 months as part of the Village Net Academy program. And there is, I think, about 3 or 4 entities that have been certified, for example, by Cisco to become Net Academies. We are fortunate that we are a Net Academy, but also we are an ASC, Academy Support Center. We are also an ITC, Instructor Training Center. Now, I'm saying this because we have a huge, job opportunity. In South Africa, there's a shortage of IT trainers. And we want to train a huge number of these young people in the province so that these guys get employed and they work for themselves as certified IT trainers. So we're looking forward to this. It's not going to be just us delivering this thing, HOD. We spoke about this yesterday. It has got to be a collaboration. In our company, we have this dream, we call it a moonshot. We want South Africa to be number 1 in terms of ICT skills in the continent. And we know that this is going to happen. And if you've been fooling yourself, at the moment we're not number 1. You've got Kenya, you've got Nigeria. These guys are doing exceptionally well when it comes to ICT skilling. And we want to change this around and be able to train young people. Industry certification. Many graduates who are coming up, I think the percentage now is between 10 and 20% of young people who actually, or graduates who are unemployed in South Africa. But when we train you on industry certification, we know that you are going to get that job. So the responsibility, and I want to throw this out there because I know there is a huge number here of people who are running NGOs and they are in the training space. If you want to set up an academy, as an accredited academy, please come and talk to me. We can help you, set you up, so that when you offer, So when you offer, this training, at the end of the day, it gets recognized by industry. So we want to help. We want to open as many of these academies here in the province, so that when you go out there and you train young people, you're not just counting numbers. You need to count numbers of young people employed, and well as young people who are able to start their businesses and all of that. So with that program director, thank you very much, Chulasna. Okay, sure.
How about me? I need this training. Sure, another round of applause for him, please. I don't know if you picked up, because there was a pledge also that was involved in there. Did you pick it up? I don't need to. Okay, it's just me wanting to state the obvious. You picked it up. The 5,000 young people to be trained. It's beautiful. And we're talking big stuff now, if I can be that colloquial. If you're talking collaborations with the likes of Cisco, this is one of the major players internationally in the technological space, and some of the skills that Bab Memela was talking to are absolutely crucial. Take that with what we heard earlier on from Microsoft and the team. You see that the revolution is on, and the revolution is being televised and being captured digitally. Next up, I will call Mr. Naftali Mokhotsane, who is the acting CEO of Merseta. Please come through, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. No, time is not on our side, so I will go straight to what I want to talk to you about, which is very brief. It is a great honor for Merseta to be participating in this summit. We are one of the 21 sector education and training authorities. Merseta is responsible for the manufacturing, engineering, and related sector. Now, in the space that obviously social development operates, we do have a target in supporting the community-based organizations, NPOs, CBOs, and PCs. Though our target is not that high, it's a mere 25, because our sector is very complicated. It is covering automotive manufacturing, metal and engineering, plastics manufacturing, new tire manufacturing, components, automotive components manufacturing, and motor retail. So those are the subsectors that really require a bit of high skills, ranging from artisan program to some advanced technical skills. So we find that NGOs, CBOs who apply to get discretionary grant funding for skills development or training of unemployed are not really operating in that space. So it becomes a bit of a challenge for us to get a response when we open the funding windows for the particular group to apply. So I've also been informed that the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training has pledged yesterday to cooperate with the Department of Social Development, where all SETAs will be called to sign an MOU. So obviously what I will say is the CBOs, NGOs who are in the room, we are yet to open another funding window for discretionary grant. We're talking skills development. We're not funding you to establish your organization. It's purely skills development. Our target is very high in terms of learners being trained. You know, we may say our target is only 25 NGOs, CBOs that we fund. But I mean, a target is just a target. We could exceed it if obviously the appetite from applications, say there are more, entities that require our help. So we will always consider that. So we will take up, obviously, the lead from the department when they call us into that agreement to sign a joint MOU with the department. But what I will highlight is, please work with we do have a local office, Mesita local office. Ensure that your entity is registered so that when the window is opened for discretionary grants, then you will get a notice, then you'll be able to make an application. And obviously from our side, we will engage directly with the Department of Social Development to see how we can cooperate with them. Thank you very much.
Re lebogile tota, Ntate Mokgotsane. That was fantastic. Let's give him another round of applause, please. It's starting to take shape in terms of the pledges. As we said, we are going to practicalize what we've been talking about. There are multiple ways, of course, for you to get involved, to put shoulder to the wheel in this truly important and historic work. I will once again mention the online pledges, the ability to sign the pledge online. You can go to the social media pages on TikTok at Kzn Dsd, and then you have Instagram at Kzn Dsd1, and then on X it is Kzn Dsd1. So you go to those and follow the link that will be there, and you'll be able to sign the pledge online. The other thing I want to mention, and I will open up the floor because it feels like, when I go to church now, and maybe the Spirit moves someone, and who knows who's being moved by the Spirit to do something extraordinary. We'll give you that opportunity so that we don't close the door. But I want to mention there's a key contact that is in the department that I mentioned yesterday, Venetia, that you should be in touch with for further conversations about partnerships. If I can locate myself in my legendary notes, that would help. Because part of the challenge of taking extensive notes is that you then get lost in your notes. Yes, Tombingao, Ngamu, sorry. You've been hearing about her in the run-up to the summit, that you should get hold of Venetia Ngamu. And the email address, if you want to do that, is venetia.ngamu. So it is VENANTIA.ngamu, NGCAMU, at KZNDSD.gov.za. One more time, VENANTIA.ngamu, NGCAMU, at KZNDSD.gov.za. So that's how it's done. You can get in touch. So at this point then, having said all of that, I will open the floor to anyone who has been listening to the conversation and it's been percolating on your mind and it's crystallizing nicely and you're thinking, this makes sense. I have the ability to open, I don't want to use checkbooks. No one uses checkbooks anymore. But I do have a budget. We've been terming it ESG, CSR, CSI. But how do we partner in a more sustainable manner? So this is your opportunity. So just raise your hand and I'll get a mic to you. Yes, sir, at the back. Thank you for leading the way. Gentleman to the right, could we get a mic to him?
Thank you, MC. Umbonisa Silana from Devon Coastal Mental Health. We're an NPO dealing with various mental disabilities. My question or input is around the submission by a Echiweni municipality. I think as we move towards this great vision, and we thank the department for actually implementing this discussion. I think it is really taking us to the next level. As we try to move to this great idea, NPOs are suffering if we'll have the municipality not working with us. We can have this great vision that we have, but if the municipality does not step in to assist with providing a catalyst for this environment to happen, it will not happen. I'll make a typical example. The NPOs up until now are charged the very same way as businesses in terms of the utility bills. How do we get assistance from municipality that as we operate now to this development, that the municipality does grant us some sort of leeway in terms of us operating our facilities, that we can be able to operate as our NPOs. So I thought that probably the municipality, because I'll make another example, around even the indigent policy that the municipality has, that our NPOs, the people that we keep at our NPOs, are excluded on benefiting even in terms of the indigent policy.
Yeah.
So we'd also want to understand, how does the municipality fit in? No, we understand that there can be grants that we can apply for, but how do we as NPOs operate in a more favorable environment that assists our vision as we move forward? Thank you.
Ngiyabonga mfowethu. Thank you very much. Sir, I don't mean to, curtail you or anything like that. I just need to direct where we are at the moment. At the moment, we're at the point of taking pledges. So we take the point that you've made, absolutely 100%, and it will have been noted. But I'd like us to focus on where we are at the moment. Ma'am, are you going to be making a pledge?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please do stand up. I can't say sukuma mngamba kubone, but it's okay. Sukuma bakubone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Owethu Sandu. I'm a filmmaker, and I have a pledge here. As a creative professional, I urge the government, politicians, and other parties to support and invest in television, because this industry is mostly overlooked, but it's a good industry because it promotes Durban, and it promotes education, and it has a lot of job opportunities. And furthermore, as a professional production company, if there's any companies or big businesses who would like to advertise their businesses nationwide and overseas, can they please speak to me, because I have audiences around the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay. Anyone else? Feel like a pastor standing here and making the altar call. Sir.
Ngicela ukubingelela xolise mina ngicela ukudla umageba
qhubeka baba
ngoba ngenze nabantu abadala abangizwe igama lami nangumsawa wenkosi Makhanya ngu director we Somaciko Involvement NPC so mina ngizothanda nje ukusiza laba abathanda ukusizwa in terms of compliant with ama documents wabo njengoba bengeke ngasho futhi nezolo ngathi endaweni yasemkhanya kude I'm developing that place okwamanje ngisakhanda enye indawo engizosebenzela kuyona ekuzoba yona indawo engizokwenza kuyona ama-trainings, free trainings, and I'm opening the workshop, mechanical workshop, with the Kzn robotic to diagnose the car and also train umuntu ogcine efunde mhlambe i-theory izomtraina ukuthi how to use imap the time you diagnose imoto or izomtshela ukuthi imaphi amaspanelo kufanele uwasebenzise so that ufixe leyo moto. So that one is a pipeline, and I'm also planning ukuthi abantu bakithi basizakale njengoba abanye bevula amabhizinisi bevula behlangene beyi-group but abanayo indawo eyi-office abasebenzela kuyona. Ukhona umhlaba khona wetundaba ezitha nami ukhona owami ongakimi engusebenzayo ukuze abantu besizakale, and nginali office elikhona elioperatayo elise esikhaweni la engisiza khona abantu ukuthi bakwazi ukusizakala. So I'm willing ukuthi abantu basizakale. Ndikunama event amanye ngizobe ngiwenza nje enye yaqala ngizobe ngiposta ku somaciko ku TikTok la abantu bezobona khona imisebenzi yonke bengagcini ngokuzwa ukuthi content enzakalayo la bazobona khona imisebenzi ezobenzakala khona. So ngikhona uku-advise abantu for free ukubasiza ukuthi kwenziwa njani balekeleleka kanjani. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga mfethu. And the thing about these pledges is that it's a combination of money sounding in rand and cents, but also contributions that you otherwise would have had to pay a lot of money for, but now you're getting them as value being added to the work that we are doing. In the next few minutes, so if I have any business representatives wanting to be heard, if I can be so bold as to say, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because in the next few minutes, I'm going to have to bring it to a close so that we can call on the DDG to come and bring us the consolidated picture of where we are. So please go ahead.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Samgelo Sbia. I'm here representing an organization called Youth Mindset Empowerment. What we basically do, we just empower youth mindset specifically. So we do that through different initiatives, including training, entrepreneurship, as well as community services and other ones. So as Youth Mindset Empowerment, we would love to pledge and dedicate ourselves in finding this youth that everyone is talking about, because that's a major issue that a lot of organizations have, because some organizations do have programs and plans, but they don't know where to find this youth. I remember yesterday there's a fellow colleague here who was talking about like why people shouldn't like wear suits and all that. So I would love to actually pledge on that and tell everyone that if you want someone who will do the dirty work, we are here. If you want someone who will go on ground to find the youth in the corners that where you are not comfortable to go there with your suit, us as Youth Mindset Empowerment, because these are our fellow brothers and sisters, we're gonna go there for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I think there was a gentleman here to the front. I'm really going to, I think you'd be the last one before we hear from the DDG with a consult. Oh, okay. Nyaksugela. Ngempela. Usho una 100 million. Ngiyakhomba nje nyaksugela. Okay, kulungile. All right, no, that's all good. The MEC is at hand, is quite close by to come through and deliver the closing remarks for our summit, which I think has been a great success, to be honest. So what we're going to try and do is we'll try and push through instead of taking a lunch break so that we can release you early, and then we can all start making our way back home. But not before we hear from DDG. Are you ready? Are you ready? DDG Pumzile Xaba Maketa, please come to the fore and give us a picture of where we stand. And I know I was saying earlier on that we have what we can count in rand and cents, but we have a lot that we can't quantify just yet. But please give us a picture.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Thulasizwe Simelane. Ladies and gentlemen, can I greet you and also recognize the MEC in her presence, recognize the HOD, recognizing the dignitaries that were with us yesterday as well as today, and also recognize you, but you are all dignitaries, I must say. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You really don't sound like people who were given 100 million. Good afternoon. Yeah, sound more like. Thank you very much. I've been requested to just summarize or give you a consolidated list of my pledges that we have received over the past, 2 days, starting from yesterday and today. I'm going to read them out here as they've been consolidated. We received, I'm going to start with the non-financial ones, because we did say that we're accepting any kind of sponsorship, kind or cash, we could, as long as it's sponsorship. And I really do want to say before, so we received a sponsorship from Som Valley, which is non-financial, and the sponsorship is for poultry farming skills, focusing on the unemployed, social services practitioners and allied practitioners. We also received a sponsorship from the Independent Development Corporation. They pledged the applications and proposals for funding that they were going to consider them. And also they will strengthen governance and financial structures of NPOs, and they will fund the income generating projects. From Newcastle Local Municipality, they pledged to support us on our NPOs through USALGA as part of it, DDM. They also made themselves available to be a pilot to show how provincial government and local government can work together to achieve a common goal. From UDHED, Department of Higher Education and Training, we got a pledge they will work with us on an MOU, which will be an MOU of working together on skills development. From Digital Holdings, represented by Dennis Sibongiseni Memela, we got a pledge of training 5,000 youth across the province on AI, data science, and cybersecurity. From Dr. Mlife, we got a pledge for training 10,000 young people who are going to be trained in critical agricultural skills, and they will further deploy them or place them in the farms across the province. From Trade and Investment, who is the entity of UETIA, represented by Fatima Arma, we received a pledge on a MOU for discussion around various programs of collaboration. From FinTech, a pledge is on digital technology training, which is focusing on repair of devices, which are cell phones and laptops, and also creation of other economic employment related to digital mechanisms. From Bambisandla Sako Center of Excellence, represented by Veronica Wanda, they indicated that they've already started working in the province. They're working in KwaZulu-Natal area, where they are training youth in hospitality industry, including chef, assistant, and housekeeping. They also partner with mines and hotels for placement of youth. So I think it's up to us as a department to exploit that relationship that they have. From Inqaba Yokulinda, represented by Buyisile Nyatheni, they indicated that they train NPOs in their professionalization, and they also train them on the development of AMA proposals. From the IDT, the pledge we received is that of consumer education. They're focusing on NPOs in the care centers to be able to attract AMA investments, care ecosystem, NPO workshops at Eshowe, women income generating projects, and beauty hubs, training, placement, mentorship, and aftercare. From Ikusasa Lethu, a pledge is on upskilling youth in KZN in every industry, including advisory and referrals, posting jobs, drafting CVs supported by social workers and psychologists, life skills and plumbing, painting, installation of electronic gates, and tiling. And they also assist with creation of employment. From Microsoft, a pledge is the digital skills training to 30,000 people within the NPOs. Then from Gray Magaiza, okay, something is written here. We received a pledge which is on the development of viable youth training programs. From Excelsior Africa, a stroke power hit, a pledge is on training 100 youth in electrical engineering and 320 households in agriculture and donation of plowing machines. From eBeauty Hub Academy, a pledge is on training in beauty skills, which includes your nails and makeup. So those are the commitments. My colleagues will also assist me. I think there are pledges that were received just now, which are not captured. I think it's 1 or 2, if they can also assist with those. Then on the financial pledges, I'll start with the pledge or the donation that we received from the East Coast Radio and Kagiso Group to the tune of 500,000. 500,000. The next financial pledge we received is from Meals on Wheels to the tune of 20,000. Last but not least is the donation or the pledge from Mr. Vivian Reddy to the tune of 100 million rands. Colleagues, thank you very much. Those are the pledges. Those are the donations that we have received. My colleagues can indicate if there's other pledges that I have left out. And before I move away from this stage, Program Director, I just wish to really thank all of the people that pledged, people that donated in kind and in cash. We really, really appreciate. But also to say the summit that we are hosting today and yesterday, it's a partnership summit. And I do wish to just read a quote. Just read a quote which I found to be really inspiring when we talk about partnerships. It's a quote by Courtney A. Kemp, which says, "Great partnerships strive because people need each other." With that, we wish to thank you very much for your kindness and for your generosity. As the Department of Social Development, sitinje isandla sidlula ikhanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG. Another round of applause for the DDG, please. Sure. And I specifically want us to cheer as loudly as possible for those non-financial contributions and pledges, because there's a risk of understating how important they are. Like I said, the amount of training that has been pledged here, just think for a moment how much you are going to pay for it in cash as a department, as an NPO. So a round of applause for the non-financials. Come on. As we acknowledge the MEC who has just joined us. Thank you, MEC. My mood lifted, MEC, when you walked in. I was worried, because my mood has lifted, let me lift your mood and lift everyone else's mood. Busi Gold, please, do come to the stage and give us an item before we hear from MEC Mbalishing.
You can start the intro. Choni langa peshe yago mlambo zagubuyi kamo lagu choni langa lagu choni langa peshe yago mlambo zagubuyi kombo lagu choni langa ngohamba digufuna ezindlini nasezitra esitradweni ezibhedlela etilongweni dide ndikufumane ndohamba ndikufuna ezindlini nasezitradweni ezibhedlela etilongweni ndide ndikufumane. Ephraim Musokoto. Oh, lago choni langa peshe ago lambo onda kucinga ngawe sithandwa sami oh sithandwa sami kakutshoni langa boba bobo lelo velela kutshoni langa bobe 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 boba vela ku boyeshe ago mlambo bobo be bobe be boba be bobe bobe bo zagubuya inkomo lago choni la. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Hayi busi undifumene. There's no need yoba uhambe undifuna ezitradweni ezindlini. Yeah. Nasezitrongweni. No, I'm here. That was solid gold. Busi gold. Thank you very much. All right, we are nearing the end of our program. We've had to tweak slightly, and don't worry, we're not going to keep you for another 3 hours. We tweaked simply because we think there's an order of doing things. We're going to call the HOD, Unkemetsi Kabasia, to come and give us the way forward. We've talked, we've theorized, we've conceptualized, we've envisioned, great. We've talked partnerships, implementation, but what does it look like when we leave the room, when we come out of this great venue in Umhlanga? So HOD, please come to the fore and give us what they call umkombandlela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think on the recognition of pledges, there was an additional list that was given to UDDG. I'm going to request that she should just mention those in 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, HOD. Ladies and gentlemen, we really want to make sure ukuthi we recognize each and every one of you who abaphosile esivivaneni. These are the people that have been given abakade ba omitile in that list that I pronounced. Hollywood Foundation. They pledged recommitment for programs with DSD for the application of NPOs, and they also pledged to provide resources. Lottery Commission, they recommitted to funding and complying applicants. eThekwini Municipality. eThekwini Municipality, they provide programs aligned to DSD and characteristics in older persons, youth programs. They also have got a grant which they call it a granting aid, which is also a funding that they have. They also run capacity building workshops to the NPOs, village digital academies. They have 50 academics to be rolled out in KZN. And Sita, they committed or pledged artisan and technical skills. Sawenkosi Makanya committed mechanic robotic training. So those are the further pledges that we received and the commitments that we received. Can you please give all of the people that pledged a round of applause? Siyabonga kakhulu, sithi kwande nalapha bathathe khona.
The pledges remain open until the end of March. So I've extended the period. Nobody's going to be closed out. Can you please put the presentation on the screen, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm tasked with the presentation of the way forward before our Honorable MEC can close the summit. On behalf of the department, on behalf of the provincial government, on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. So I decided to touch a little bit on what we agreed at the beginning, especially so that it makes sense to those who are pledging, who are not part of the session yesterday and who may not have had the benefit of understanding what our plans were. So, and I'll be very short. We have all understood that we are now having a shared vision, which is to establish centers of excellence across KwaZulu-Natal using infrastructure provided by the Department of Social Development. And that this is a co-funded partnership between the department, the industry partners, the SITAs, development finance institutions, and the private sector partners. We also agreed that we are working on 5 pillars because we don't want to be all over the place. If you want to make an impact, you must focus on exactly where do you want to focus on. We'll be focusing on advanced occupational training. We'll be focusing on trade testing capacity, enterprise incubation, industry partnerships, as well as creating employment pathways. We also agreed on the model for Center of Excellence that will be focused on the following to achieve our agenda for transformative developmentalism. We'll be focusing on artisan and construction, and this training will include your plumbing, electrical installation, welding, carpentry, bricklaying, solar installation, boiler making, with an opportunity for enterprise development as well. We'll be focusing on digital economy, coding, software development, data analytics, cybersecurity, digital marketing, network administration, with enterprise opportunities around digital freelancing hub, enabling remote work, online platforms, as well as digital entrepreneurship. We'll also be focusing on agro-processing enterprise development, as well as the fashion and textile manufacturing center, focused on training on industrial sewing, garment production, textile manufacturing, and fashion design. Then we'll also be focusing on community services and hospitality center, culinary arts, catering services, baking, hospitality, food safety, and even catering. And let me see, this is the one that I've really been lobbying, that the Kuseleka One-Stop Center that was launched must actually be the host of this specific focus area for Center of Excellence. We'll also be focusing on arts, crafts, and creative industries, craft, visual arts, digital design, music production, performing arts, as well as media production, with those enterprise development opportunities. Critical for trade testing arrangement that we'd like to see in our facilities is accreditation, that we want our courses to be trade tested, aligned to Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. The purpose must be to obtain, nationally recognized occupational qualifications with intention to look into issues of electrical installation, welding, plumbing, carpentry, and I know the colleague from CETA earlier on said they focused on this automotive mechanics, etc. Strategic impact will be to address national artisan shortage and to improve employability. So the investment areas were clearly articulated, which is on infrastructure and equipment, training and learnerships, enterprise development. Way forward, we are saying as a department that we will be appointing an implementing agent or a party that will then be able to assist us with resource mobilization and administration of partnerships, corporate social investment, corporate social responsibility, as well as strategic philanthropist account. The intention here is to bridge the gap between government, between corporate funders, beneficiaries, and stakeholders in the welfare development agenda. And I think this is a model that is also being implemented, for example, in Western Cape, where they have got an entity that assists to mobilize resources, because it's difficult to give funders an account of government for them to deposit money into an account of government. So an implementing agent that can assist the department to manage this and make sure that the partnership moves from being a compliance requirement into a strategic tool that generates a positive impact, both community livelihood and brand reputation. And I've underlined and changed the brand reputation into red, because when you deal with business and when you deal with funders, it is not just about them giving you money, you also have got the duty to protect their brand. And the best way to protect their brand is to make sure that you are able to account and you are able to implement successfully the plans that you have both agreed that led to them releasing the money that you have. We will also develop the summit outcomes into long-term campaign, transitioning from high-level consensus to concrete, sustained action, maximum accountability and implementation as we build up to Summit 2 in 2007. And in that case, we must avoid what is called post-summit syndrome. So where we meet into a summit and we go back to sleep and we wake up again, we come to the next summit. There must be follow-up activities shortly after the summit to make sure, as I always say, we must strike when the iron is still hot. But also for communicators in the department, you have to create, I'm sure you know the language, to create skills. You develop follow-up publications that maintain and keeps alive the original summit message so that the campaign must continue to run throughout until the next summit. And then I've had discussions, Honorable MEC, with the DG of the National Department of Higher Education and Training, and we have agreed that we are going to urgently initiate discussions and sign MOU with the department and CITAS to access the over 26 billion skills development program that they have. And I know that some of the CITAS have not spent their money, and it is reported that the money available unspent is around 35 billion that is available there that we can be able to access. Kzn Dsd will avail, I forgot to. Kzn Dsd will avail and coordinate partnership as well as funder visits to all listed facilities available for the transition from welfare to development and the K-economy agenda, so that partners can be able to do their own assessment and then be able to express interest based on what they will be seeing there. So for immediate returns, we would like to be engaging immediately with partners who have got the capacity in terms of accredited hardcore occupational skills training programs with accreditation with relevant CITAS, etc. But they must also be compliant with regulatory bodies, and they must have the ability to mobilize additional resources. So we're looking at really tried and tested partners who can assist us to deliver results tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's what we want to see. We also will be looking at appointing Honorable MEC media and business patron for the partnership agenda. And I want to make reference to what Mr. Vivian Reddy said, that there is a need to establish a business pact in KwaZulu-Natal to support this agenda. It means he has got access to the platforms that are there. And if we were to consider a business patron, it means every platform the business patron has will be able to communicate the agenda and mobilize resources on our behalf. And equally so, a media patron, and I've just cited examples, colleagues, that we have got Mr. Similani here, and SAFM, East Coast Radio as well, that we should be able to look into, is to use these platforms to make sure that our message is communicated all the time and resources are mobilized all the time. And then we will also then be engaging with all the non-cash pledges that were made to ensure that we cost them, we quantify them, and we confirm them, and to make sure that they are then submitted properly for the department to be able to monitor and consolidate as such. My last message, Honorable MEC and the esteemed guest, is that if your dream does not scare you, they are not big enough. If your dreams cannot scare you, they are not big enough. So we must not seek to dream about things that makes us comfortable. We must dream about things that scares us. And if we do so, we must know that we will be thinking big, we'll be dreaming big, we will be believing big, and the results are certainly going to be big. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, HOD. Please give him another round of applause. Ukabadia. Ukabadia. He walked right into that one with his name. There was nothing really he could do. It just works. Kabasia, Kabadia. Thank you, HOD. So in other words, HOD, you are saying we must all be Vuyos, basically, in this room. I don't know if anyone remembers the advert. Vuyo is such a big dreamer. We must all be Vuyos, according to the HOD. All right, we're going to do things slightly differently. MEC, you invited us here, gathered us in this room, all sorts of thinkers, intelligent people, smart people, diligent people, people who work hard on a day-to-day basis. You had a vision that you shared with us, with your team. So we're at a point now where we would like you to come to the fore to sum up in your reading. Did we get the brief? Did we get the brief right? And just your own reflections on everything that has happened in the last 2 days. Please, let's welcome the MEC on stage.
Wow. Hey, Mr. Smelane, Joe Berger, sisazama ukumfundisa. Siyabonga kakhulu. I was trying to see how many of you have liked and loved the Department of Social Development. Ngithola ukuthi 0, none of you. How you let us dance alone? Yeah. I thought by the end of day 2, there won't be us and them, we will be one. That was the whole purpose. Now we know. Sesiyaz. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Program Director Mr. Thula Sizwe Magujo. Distinguished guests, representatives from government, business and civil society, our partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hey, we are at that moment. NgesiZulu kuthiwa kumnandi ukuhlangana kubuhlungu ukuhlukana. You know, ubani wadala ukuhlukana. Kwago wakaba isibongo. Good afternoon. As we conclude this important 2-day partnership summit, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to everyone who took the time to participate in this gathering. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in meaningful discussions, shared valuable insights, and strengthened partnerships that are essential in addressing the social and economic challenges facing our communities. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the presenters, panelists, and delegates who contributed their knowledge and experience. Your participation ensured that this summit was not simply another meeting, but a meaningful platform where ideas were exchanged and where practical solutions were explored. What has been clear throughout our engagements is that government alone cannot address the many challenges faced by our communities. Sustainable development requires strong and purposeful partnerships between government, the private sector, civil society organizations, and communities themselves. When we work together with a shared vision, we can create a meaningful change and improve the lives of our people. This summit has therefore been both timely and necessary. It created a space where leaders from different sectors could reflect on realities facing our communities and explore practical solutions that can contribute to inclusive development. It also reaffirmed our shared responsibility to ensure that development reaches those who are often left behind, particularly people living in rural areas and townships. Our discussions have also been guided by the priorities of the Government of Provincial Unity for the current financial year in KwaZulu-Natal, particularly the priority of empowering young people and women. This priority aligns closely with the work of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development, which is committed to creating opportunities that enable young people and women to participate meaningfully in the economy. Through partnerships strengthened during this summit, we aim to expand access to skills development programs, entrepreneurship support, and training opportunities in emerging sectors such as aviation, drone technology, and maritime industries. These initiatives are intended to equip young people and women, particularly those from rural communities and townships, with the skills and opportunities they need to build sustainable livelihoods and contribute to the growth and development of our province. The emphasis yami on amalokishi townships in Kumbuza, facilitator wethu wayizolo. Imina ngede ngisamkhumbula senimkhohliwe. Obe facilitate panel. There was emphasis kakhulu on townships, and believe me, they were mentioned in names. Neitolo zasemakhaya nama bus stop,
Nyayo yonke into. I just love that. That's who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the work of social development is central to building a caring and inclusive society. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development plays an important role in supporting vulnerable individuals and families, whilst also creating opportunities that empower people to become self-reliant and economically active members of the society. Over time, our work as the department has evolved significantly. While we continue to provide essential support to vulnerable individuals and families, our focus has increasingly shifted towards a developmental approach that empowers communities and promotes long-term sustainability. In the past, social development was often associated mainly with welfare support. While these services remain important, our mandate today extends far beyond this. We are committed to strengthening families, building resilient communities, and creating opportunities that enable people to improve their own lives. One of the most important areas of focus for the department is youth development. NDA, youth development. Young people represent a significant portion of our population, and their future will shape the future of our province. Through the establishment of youth centers and youth development academies across the province, we are creating spaces where young people can access skills, development programs, life skills training, mentorship opportunities, and career guidance. These centers serve as platforms for empowerment, enabling young people to gain knowledge and confidence they need to pursue opportunities in education, employment, and entrepreneurship. You saw yesterday from the videos that OHOD played here yesterday. Asikhulumi yona into esingayenzi. Many young people from disadvantaged communities often face barriers that limit their access to opportunities. Youth centers help bridge this gap by providing programs that focus on digital skills, entrepreneurship, leadership development, and career preparation. This work being done through youth academies is equally important. These academies focus on nurturing talent, building discipline, and providing structured development opportunities that prepare young people for the future. In addition to youth empowerment programs, the department continues to invest in rehabilitation services aimed at supporting individuals struggling with substance abuse and other social challenges. Substance abuse remains a major concern in many communities. It affects families, weakens communities, and often contributes to other social problems such as crime and violence. Through rehabilitation centers, the department provides counseling, therapeutic support, and structured programs that help individuals recover and reintegrate into the society. These programs focus not only on recovery, but also on restoring dignity and providing opportunities for individuals to rebuild. Another important intervention implemented by the department is the establishment of the Khuseleka centers, which provide shelter and comprehensive support to victims of gender-based violence and femicide. At these centers, survivors receive protection, psychosocial support, and counseling services. The department also recognizing the growing importance of the care economy as the key pillar of social and economic development through programs that support older persons with disabilities, community care initiatives. We are contributing to a sector that provides essential services while also creating employment opportunities. Strengthening the care economy allows us to support families, create jobs, and build communities that are more compassionate and responsive to the needs of the vulnerable members of the society. It also creates opportunities, particularly for women who played a significant role in the sector, in the care sector. Empowering women remains a key priority for the department. When women are empowered, families become more stable, children are better supported, and communities become stronger. Through partnerships with community organizations and development partners, we continue to expand programs that support women's empowerment, entrepreneurship, and economic participation. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most encouraging outcomes of this summit has been the strong commitment demonstrated by our partners in supporting the work of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development. Ngiyabonga. By partners, I mean all of you. That when we sent an invite, you responded and you showed interest. You are a very important part of us. That when you saw your next door being invited, you made an inquiry, which why mina ngisala. So lokho kungenze ngazi ukuthi umnyango wethu niyawulandela futhi niyawuthanda kakhulu, and for that we are grateful. On the first day of this summit, we secured both financial and non-financial commitments from a number of stakeholders who share our vision of strengthening social development programs across KwaZulu-Natal. Allow me to extend special appreciation to Mr. Vivian Reddy and Surisha Naidu, founder and chairperson of the Edison Power Group, who pledged a generous contribution of 100 million rand in support of the work of the department. We are also grateful to Mr. Mzuvele Mtetwa, the managing director of East Coast Radio and the Kagiso Group, who pledged 500,000 rand in support of our initiatives. Additional support was pledged by several partners, including Industrial Development Corporation, the Department of Higher Education and Training, municipalities, Meals on Wheels, and various private sector organizations. These partners will contribute through skills development programs, strengthening governance within non-profit organizations, supporting income-generating projects, and expanding opportunities for youth training in areas such as agriculture, digital technology, and other emerging industries. I was speaking to HOD earlier and DDG, and we are in agreement. Many of our partners who pledged support and donations in kind, we will have to quantify those and bring them to the monetary value. They are huge, because if someone says, I'm going to train 10,000 young people, it's money. It's just that la bebe engba mention la in rands, they walked around with imali beyiphethe o cash. Kodwa laba these trainings enzo supporta ngawo, it's money, because your personnel, your skills, your equipment will be used. So siyakufuna ukuthi sikubale kahle sikulethe sekuyimali nako. It's a huge contribution. Together with other pledges made during the summit, these commitments amount to approximately 100,520,000 rands. So who said politicians and figures We see you. Let me repeat. Now listen carefully. 100,520,000 rands. This demonstrates what can be achieved when government, business, and civil society work together with a shared purpose. Siyazazi phela into eniyikhulumayo le ey'nkundleni zokuxhumana. So that narrative has changed. You see now, Mr. Smelane. So as a department, we recognize the responsibility that comes with these commitments. We assure all our partners that these resources will be utilized responsibly, transparently, and with integrity, ensuring that the benefits reach the communities that need them the most. The commitments made during this summit give us confidence that together we can build stronger and more resilient communities. As we conclude the summit, it is important that the conversations we have had here do not end today. Instead, they must translate into action, into programs that reach our communities, and into partnerships that produce tangible results in the lives of our people. On behalf of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development, I would like to once again thank all our partners, sponsors, presenters, and delegates for your valuable contribution to the success of this summit. Together, we have taken an important step towards strengthening partnerships that will support inclusive growth, job creation, and community empowerment in KwaZulu-Natal. Ngalawo mazwi ke ngithatha leli thuba nginivalelisa nginifisele futhi ukuhamba okuhle okuphephile kanye nempela sonto entsha. I-protocol ku that mase ngivalelisile kusho ukuthi angeke kusasukuma namuntu, uzosukuma nje uphuma ungasakhuluma namuntu. Mawenza okunye, you would have broken protocol. I thank all of you, wonderful program director. You really carried us. I come from a background yaga training, so I know on day one abantu basuke befuna ukuthi usabafuna nawe nabo besakufuna. But your skills and you know the person that you are really took us to where we are. Siyabonga kakhulu. Safe travels to everyone returning to their respective destinations. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you. Before we leave, can